feeling intellectual. And I can't tell you're feeling the pressure. And I can't tell you're feeling the tension. You move your legs like this and that. It can't drive away depression. I can't tell your skill is precious. You can't change the whole direction. You move your legs like this and that. It can't drive away depression. Go my ways, go my ways, go my ways. I like I see they go. Baby, I like I see they go. Baby, go my ways, go my ways, go my ways. I like I see they go. Baby, I like I see they go.
Make your body come, my body make a cool my tension. I'ma give me, I don't feel like your body did.
Still lie, no falling in love on this side. Now I know what it feels like. Don't know what to do now, it seems like. Still need somebody to rely on. Still not be joke, not real life. Oh, if you give me the green light, what's the deal like? I should tell you one thing about me. Baby girl, say I don't like being alone. I don't like sleeping alone. So just know that if we break up, I'll be on the phone with someone new. Baby girl, if I know you never know. For way too long I've been cold. Baby, girl, tell me when you're feeling something. I tell you, say I don't go love again. I tell you, say I'm a playboy. No, see,
Baby girl be finer, wearing everything designer. Gucci, Fendi, Prada. Baby girl no get wild. She don't need no maga. No they run beef for your matter. And everything she need, she could get it one time, no banter. Look, I tell her roll on for me. Coming real soon, hold on for me. Your girl don't come for me, but she sent a text that she need company. You know I run company. Fucking run come for me. Shorty is an escort, cause she tryna accompany. Roll up the weed, I can't deny. You always wrong, you can't be right. I said you just should pass the light. I'm on your chick, should pass the night. She roll one for me, I be on that with shit, don't talk for me. Know they beat around the bush, more long for me. And if you tryna understand, hold up for me. Baby girl be finer, wearing everything designer. Gucci, Fendi, Prada.
Hi, my name is Adeleke Adelere. I'm the CEO of FAE Limited, the largest envelope manufacturer in West Africa. We make over 10 million envelopes a month, and we supply all over Nigeria, Cotonou, and Accra. If you ask any of our customers, they will tell you that our envelopes are of exceptional quality. We are here for you whenever you need any size of envelope. We're here, we're ready to supply you. FAE is the brand you should choose when you're trying to send a message to your customer. Our main focus is always on quality, so every step of our production we're always checking our quality. We're measuring the size of the envelope to make sure it's the specific size that we want. We're checking the level of glue on it to make sure the glue is strong enough. We're making sure the glue, it's the right amount of glue that we've applied to the envelope. So quality is our watchword, from the sheeting to the punching to the folding of the envelopes till it gets into the carton. And even when the envelope is in our store, we're still checking on the quality. We're still making sure that the envelope is suited for purpose. We deal with a lot of banks, so we always have to be precise with what we do, because we know what our customer wants and we have to give our customer what they want. Customize, we make all sorts of envelopes, plain, pill and seal, window envelopes. Main focus is on quality. We start with our paper reels. So our paper usually comes in either reels or sheets. Paper, most of the paper in Nigeria is imported, but we also have some local paper manufacturers as well. We have what's called a sheeting machine that cuts the papers into large squares, depending on what size of envelope we're trying to make.
Good day, my name is Princess Layo Kewo. I'm the Managing Director of FAE Limited, the largest envelope manufacturer in Nigeria today. In Nigeria, we are all talking about security. Security about what you are doing. Security about your business. I want to introduce tamper-proof envelopes to you. I'm going to demonstrate it to you. All you just do, you peel and you seal it. Seal the envelope. The number one feature about tamper-proof envelope: tear if you can, but this one will not tear.
Hi, my name is Adeleke Adele. I'm the CEO of FAE Limited, the largest envelope manufacturer in West Africa. We make over 10 million envelopes a month, and we supply all over Nigeria, Cotonou, and Accra. If you ask any of our customers, they will tell you that our envelopes are of exception.
Are we ready, DJ? Thank you. Please have your seat. God bless Nigeria. God bless you. God bless me. So you're welcome today as we are celebrating the World's Envelope Day. And this event is in partnership with Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Jobberman, and hosted by FAE, a leading manufacturing company championing manufacturing of envelope, not just in Nigeria, but also in West Africa. So I welcome you to this auspicious event. And like I've been stressing, we are definitely going to have a day filled with so much memories. Our lives will be transformed and impacted. I know we have some people that are wanting to transform their career, and it's been tagged a job fair. We have different people from different sectors that have come to add value, and the day will definitely be impactful and memorable. And please, a few housekeeping before we go to the main events. We've been waiting, we've been anticipating the day. Just on few housekeeping rule. We have the restroom. You can exit from the side, the left side of the hall, and the restroom is at the back. Please, in case you need to make yourself more comfortable, you can do that by exiting the hall, and you will feel comfortable. Also, we have some exit points to your side, as I mentioned, and also to the back of the hall in case you need to exit. And in case you need any more information, you have some men and some ladies, and you'll see Ask Me. You can get more information. They will provide you with more information to that. Okay, so I believe you are comfortable. We are ready to go. You're welcome once again. And we'll be taking our introductions now. We have some degree things in our midst. Some people that have decided to lift their work, and they've come to honor us with their presence today. And the first person I want to introduce today, I'm going to introduce to you, we have in our midst the president of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Gabriel Idahosa, FCA. Please, with a rounding of, with a mighty round ovation, please, can we welcome him? Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. And just a little bit of more information. Mr. Idahosa is the president of an organization that is over 137 years old. So you can imagine he's wearing a very, very big cap. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Thank you for honoring us today with your presence. You're welcome, sir. And I would also like to introduce our immediate president of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Like I mentioned, Lagos Chamber is partnering with FAE and Jobberman for this wonderful World Envelope Day. So the immediate past president of this organization as well, we have Ashiwaju Michael Olawale Cole, CON. Please, let's make him welcome. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. A former commissioner in Lagos State, and he's also an insurance broker. He's doing great and awesome things as well in the different sectors of the economy. You're welcome, sir. I also have in my midst the Director General of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. You can see that this event, Lagos Chamber of Commerce have come in fully represented. A woman that is outstanding, you know, for a woman to be heading a corporation of over 137 years. Please make welcome Dr. Chinyere Amona, FCA.
We are here for
Director
you.
General of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you, ma. Thank you for coming. And I've saved the best for the last. The woman that has made this event possible. You know, she keeps saying, anytime you have a discussion with her, she's always, her heart cries out to people that are jackpying. She's been workers, you know, some of her best hands have left, and she knows that in this country, human resource, she's so passionate. She's a foremost industrialist, a manufacturer. I can imagine a woman championing in the manufacturing industry. Please, let's make welcome to the woman that has, you know, put this event together out of her passion. Princess Layo Okeowo Bakari. You can do better. Please give her a loud ovation. A loud ovation. Thank you, ma. Thank you for what you are doing. Thank you for the lives you are transforming. Thank you for the industries you are also transforming with your passion and your doggedness. We love you and we welcome you. And I will also, you know, if you don't, as a woman, you don't have a supportive husband, there is nothing, the dreams, the ideas, the passion you have, you are going nowhere with it, we know. A lot of women have been relegated to the back because they have no husband supporting them. So even I would like us to appreciate more the husband of the chief hostess, Mr. I'm sorry, Otumba Okeowo, Abiodun Okeowo. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for allowing her to fly. Thank you for supporting our vision. Thank you for making dreams come to reality. We thank you and you're welcome. And we also like to appreciate and make welcome the COO of FAE Group, Mr. Abiodun Adeleye. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Abiodun. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, there's something about succession planning, and this woman seems to be putting everything and getting it well. There's not how you are walking and walking, you must look back and ensure that somebody is following very well in your footsteps. Well done, Mr. Adeleye. Thank you for what you are doing at FAE Group of Companies. So we are done. I will take more introductions later, but please welcome your neighbor to the left and the right. Everybody is important. Like I mentioned, there is no need having an event and you are not here, I'm not here. So everybody is a dignitary. Everybody is important. I recognize the team from Jobberman and also recognize the team from FAE as well. Everyone that's put, their efforts, their energy in making today a very, very beautiful occasion. So right now, I will take all other introductions later, but moving on quickly because the people we have here, they still have some other every engagement is important, but they are moving on to some other engagement. So I'm going to make welcome and for the opening remarks, the president of the LCCI, that is the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the leading voice of the private sector, Mr. Gabriel Idaosa, FCA, to give us his opening remarks. So, make welcome, Mr. Gabriel, please.
Needs any size of envelope, we're here, we're ready to supply you. FAE is the brand you should choose when you're trying to send a message to your customer. Our main focus is always on quality, so every step of our production, we are always checking our quality. FAE has been around for over 35 years, and we've built a legacy. We've built our integrity on always supplying quality products.
FAE Envelopes has a very good high quality. If you look at our envelopes, for example, it's just like the buttocks of a baby, very, very soft.
Our main focus is always on quality, so every step of our production, we are always checking our quality. We're measuring the size of the envelope to make sure it's the specific size that we want. We're checking the level of glue on it to make sure the glue is strong enough. We're making sure the glue, it's the right amount of glue that we've applied to the envelope. So quality is our watchword, from the sheeting to the punching to the folding of the envelope till it gets into the carton. And even when the envelope is in our store, we're still checking on the quality. We're still making sure that the envelope is suit for purpose. We deal with a lot of banks, so we always have to be precise with what we do because we know what our customer wants and we have to give our customer what they want.
And also those that count. Once they count, they're fitted in their carton. Before we even pack at all, we come in, we take a random sample. What we are looking at is the seal. Is the seal properly okay? Is it well gummed? We're looking at the logo. Is the logo at the right, is it fitted in the right position?
We're the largest envelope manufacturer in Nigeria. Customize, we make all sorts of envelopes, plain, pill and seal, window envelopes. Main focus is on quality. We start with our paper reels. So our paper usually comes in either reels or sheets. Paper, most of the paper in Nigeria is imported, but we also have some local paper manufacturers as well. We have what's called a sheeting machine that cuts the papers into large squares depending on what size of envelope we're trying to make. Once the paper has been cut into sheets, we then have a die cutting machine that we use to cut into the different shapes of the envelopes that we require. Envelope sizes range from the small corporate sizes, which we call 4.3 by 8.7, some call it the DL envelope, all the way up to 18 inches by 14 inches. So depending on what size envelope we want to make, we would select the mold that we would use to cut the envelope, and we would also determine that on the sheeting machine what size we're going to cut it to. Now, once we've die cutted the envelopes, we will place that on an envelope folding machine, which has been preset to that particular size.
Your corporate image is very, very important. So branding your envelopes is very, very important. Now we have even scrapped normal dextrin envelopes. All we do now is peel and seal. We discovered that recently some people, whenever they are licking envelopes, there's a lot of infection. So that is why it's peel and seal. You just peel.
That now reaches beyond the factory floor and into the future of our youth. Together with LCCI's long-standing role as a champion of enterprise and economic advancement, we are stepping into a new era where business leads to societal transformation. The theme for this year, empowering job seekers across the nations with essential skills and knowledge, is not mere rhetoric. It is a practical framework for change. From skill development boot camps to digital literacy workshops, business mentoring programs, and entrepreneurship incubation hubs, we are rolling out concrete initiatives that will create measurable change and lasting impacts. Across the globe, we have seen powerful examples of how targeted skill development initiatives can transform communities and empower young people. In India, for example, the Skill India mission successfully trained over 20 million youth, resulting in a 12% increase in rural employment, clearly demonstrating how vocational and digital skills can uplift entire communities. In Kenya, the Ajira digital program provided over 100,000 young people with tools to participate in the global freelance economy, the global self-employment economy, helping them become competitive professionals in the digital age and able to work for clients around the world from their location. Closer home, Nigeria's NPower program has shown the immense value of structured training and mentorship, integrating hundreds of thousands of youth into key sectors like agriculture, education, and technology. Inspired by these impactful models, the FAE LCCI partnership will strategically be designed around three foundational pillars. First is skill acceleration, which is a commitment to train a reasonable number of job seekers annually in high-demand areas such as digital marketing, coding, graphic design, financial literacy, and vocational trades. Second, the creation of the envelope incubation hubs, innovation centers, that will begin in Lagos and expand to other parts of the country, offering internet access, mentorship, co-working spaces, and startup support will soon manifest. Third, The Job Connector series is a quarterly event that directly matches trained job seekers with hiring opportunities, leveraging LCCI's vast business network to create real-time employment connections. We also recognize that employability extends beyond technical know-how. Communication, emotional intelligence, and leadership soft skills are critical to success in today's workforce. That is why our approach is holistic, building not just employees, but leaders and entrepreneurs. This movement will be inclusive and it will be collaborative. We'll work alongside academic institutions, NGOs, the private sector, and most importantly, the communities that we serve. True employment is not imposed. It is cultivated from within the person. As a chamber that has stood for enterprise, innovation, and development for over 137 years, LCCI is proud to be part of a movement that seeks to create jobs and build futures. We will do this transparently, driven by clear data on job placement, income growth, business success, and long-term community outcomes. So as we celebrate World Envelope Day, let us reflect not only on envelopes opened in the past, but on the millions yet to be opened envelopes, filled with dreams, possibilities, and lives waiting to be transformed. Let this be more than just a partnership. Let it be a movement where industry and society work hand in hand, where an envelope becomes more than just paper. It becomes a promise. On behalf of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I extend my deepest gratitude to the FAE Group and our partners for joining us on this bold and hopeful journey. And I thank you, and may this be the dawn of a new, truly transformative era for a lot of us youths who are here today and those who are going to benefit from this program in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We can do better. Can we put our hands together and appreciate Mr. Idahosa, FCA, the President of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you, sir. And in case you are trying, your mind was wondering, these long speeches, what the President has just said, in a nutshell, LCCI is proud to partner with FAE in this laudable investment in job fair and ensuring that we continue the prosperity in this nation. So thank you once again, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you very much. And LCCI is proud, Jobberman is proud to partner with FAE on this laudable initiative, ensuring that job seekers, they get the requisite knowledge and we can keep affecting and making impacts in Nigeria as a whole. Thank you very much. Thank you. Some few weeks, well, is it up to weeks? When I was told they are going to celebrate the World Envelope Day, I'm wondering what in the world are we celebrating envelope for? Did anybody have that kind of thoughts? You're wondering, why are we celebrating? And I started having conversation in my head. I went to a secondary school far away in Niger State in the 80s, and I could remember how we were always looking forward to receiving that white on brown envelope. Then the only means of communication was your parents writing to you, unlike now that we're having the luxury of, the telephones and you're just a click away from any message. Then we always envisage, at the assembly ground, looking to receive that envelope and your parents just saying hello, 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 and giving you all the details that is happening and you're missing. So it's worth celebrating. And I'm sure we have memorable moments in our life when an envelope has made an impact, that promotion letter, that your wedding invitation, and so many things that the envelope represents. So we are proud to celebrate the envelope that has turned our lives around in so many ways. Can we put our hands together once more? is worth celebrating, is worth celebrating. You know, anybody that thought about it, I'm sure we can't even trace how the first envelope came to be. But right now, we thank FAE for circulating envelopes all over West Africa. So right at the moment, we are going to have our welcome remarks, and this is going to be given by the President, FAE Group, Princess Funlayo Bakari Okeowo, the woman that is a foremost industrialist that has brought us here together today. And she's going to be giving us our welcome remarks. Please make welcome by a big round of applause. You're welcome, ma. You're welcome, ma.
Good morning, everyone. President, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Good morning, sir. Thank you for coming. Our past president, Asiwaju Michael Olawale Cole. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, sir. Thanks for coming. My handsome husband, Otumba Biodun Okeowo. Thank you very much for your support. My darling son, our CEO, Mr. Adeleke Adeleye, thank you very much. Thanks for coming. And everybody, thank you. If I don't mention your name, I appreciate everybody. Welcome remark by the President of FAE Group, Princess Layo Okeowo, during the 2005 edition of the World Envelope Day and Job Fair, held today, 16th April, at LCCI Exhibition Center, Nuruddin Olowo Ikeja, Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and partners, especially Jobberman, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Good morning and a warm welcome to our World Envelope Day celebration and career fair. It is truly a pleasure to see such a diverse and talented group gathered here today. As the president of FAE Group, I am delighted to host this event that celebrates the importance of envelope in our daily lives and pays homage to the paper-based communication that envelopes facilitate. Envelopes may seem like a small and minute part of our world, but they play a significant role in communicating people and enabling communication, whether in a form of personal letters, business correspondence, or official documents. Today, we mark the World Envelope Day. We are also having the opportunity to celebrate people behind envelopes, the dedicated professionals who design, produce, and deliver these essential communication tools. I'm proud to say FAE Group, as the largest envelope manufacturer in West Africa, is a leader in the industry, known for our high-quality products and innovation solution. In addition to celebrating envelopes today, events also include as career fair, providing a platform for talented individuals to explore opportunities with medium and large organizations. This is an attempt to give back to the society by investing in our youth, preparing them to overcome the future challenges of work and improve on the employability. Additionally, employers must join hands with government to stop the brain drain, Japa syndrome, an initiative of our best brain to remain in our country and contribute to the growth of our economy. I would like to encourage all attendees to take advantage of this opportunity to network, to unlearn, to learn, and to relearn. Thank you once again for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed the event, meet inspiring professionals, and gain valuable insight into the world of jobs. Let us celebrate World Envelope Day together and inspire a new generation of envelope and further leaders. Thank you for your kind attention. Princess Layo Bakari. Okay, thank you.
Please keep clapping until she comes down. Keeps clapping, keeps clapping. Thank you, Ma. Thank you for that welcome remarks. And she has given us a charge. Ensure you network, you learn, you relearn, and the events will definitely make an impact in our lives before the day is over. Thank you, Ma, the president of FAE Group of Companies Limited, the foremost and the leading envelope maker in West Africa. Wow, not just in Lagos, not just in Nigeria, but in West Africa. And we would have some goodwill messages now, but before then, I'd like to take time to recognize some of our partners, exhibiting today. They've come to support, what we are doing today, the World Envelope Day and the Job Fair, Career Defining Job Fair. And the theme of the program is Unlocking Potential, Bridging Talent, and Opportunities. So my first commendation goes to Jobberman. Please, can we put our hands together for Jobberman? They are, they just changed the narrative of job opportunities in Nigeria. Thank you for taking the lead. Thank you for making an impact. You can imagine coming out of school and you have an organization that just puts you together and make you job ready for the organization. So Jobberman, we recognize you. Thank you for partnering with FAE and LCCI on this auspicious event. I would also like to recognize some exhibitors with us today, in no particular order. FAE Limited, and at the moment during the course of the program, we would go upstairs for a tour, but let's put our hands together as I call out these organizations that have come to partner with us. FAE Limited, put your hands together. LCCI, Jobberman, MAN, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, the Marts, that's a supermarket that opens 24/7. We have Nexus, we have Coca-Cola, we have St. Ives, we have Pan-Atlantic, we have Abibav, we have Women and Africa, we have Leadway. Can you please don't stop clapping? That's for them to leave their organization and come and support. It's worth celebrating. We appreciate you and we recognize your presence here today. We have Robab, we have Cable Metal, we have Orange Group, we have Boba, and we have the Beacon Gates. We have the Oasis Group. So thank you all. I hope I've not left anyone out. And we also have, Wema Bank. So you can see all industries well represented, every sector. And by the time you go up, you see the rich blend of all the exhibitors, and we are definitely going to have a fulfilling day today. So I'll move next to the goodwill message, and the first person to give us his goodwill remarks, I would like to call Ashiwaju Dr. Michael Olawale Cole, CON, the immediate past president of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Please let's make welcome Ashiwaju Dr. Michael Olawale Cole, CON. Thank you, sir.
is to me a great privilege and honor to be here this afternoon to say a word or two of goodwill for this great event happening here today. I acknowledge our very amiable, very active president of LCCI, Mr. Idahosa FCA. I also acknowledge the vice presidents here present, in particular the lady of the day, Princess Bakari Okewo. I acknowledge also our DG. I can see a lot of big guys in the whole place, but allow me to stand on the protocol that have been very well established. Of course, our Otumba himself, the owner of everything, the owner of the woman, therefore the owner of the envelope, therefore the owner of the company, therefore the owner of the event here today. Otumba, I want to thank you very much for all the time and the very big heart you have to keep our sister moving in this business and play her role in many other areas of life that you've allowed her. Because if you don't allow her, she can't do it. So you're a fine gentleman. I appreciate it. Can you please put your hands together there for Otumba? Thank you. Well, the World Envelope Day for this current year, we want to thank God that it's come and it's come. And looking at the company that is celebrating this year, it can only be the biggest and the best in West Africa. Hands together, please, for FAE Envelopes for what they are doing. Thank you. I have no doubt that with the competence level of Ms. Okewo and her management of the company, FAE Envelopes Limited, a company that has been there for several decades and still growing strong and stronger every day, and partnership that they have with LCCI, it can only be the best we can get from it. So those who are beneficiaries are very, very lucky because they are having a very reputable organization like FAE, partnering with a place, a company, institution like LCCI that is 136 years old or thereabout, since 1988. So you can imagine how lucky you are to be part of it because you are sure of what they are going to do because they are big, they are reliable, and they're dependable. So anything they tell you will be so. I want to say big congratulations to FAE Envelopes and all the partners that are supporting this very noble cause for this celebration we have here today. And I have no doubt that the partnership between FAE and LCCI will continue for this program to see the light of the day in the next year, couple of years to come. So I want to thank you, Madam, for this well thought of endeavor of yours and of your organization. And also, I want to wish all our young people very, very well. I want to please appeal to you young ones again. There is nowhere like home. There is nowhere like home. It's unfortunate that these days, people think of going abroad as the big thing. In the days when we were young, it was nothing at all. In fact, those guys that left Nigeria were those who could not get admission to universities in Nigeria that went abroad. That's what happened in those days. Who could not have their proper A levels. Because in America, once you have 2 or 3 O levels, they give admission. Some of the universities, not all of them. Once you do TOEFL and everything, you go abroad. Those people that could get admission in Nigeria who are qualified stayed here. And as soon as we finished, some of us went abroad, we came back. As soon as I finished abroad, after 2 years, I went abroad from Nigeria, I came back. The same with many of us that travel abroad. So this is home. I want to appeal to you, whatever is happening now in Nigeria is for a short while. It shall be well with Nigeria. So I want to wish FAE Envelopes, Princess and her organization, the young man, can you please stand up for recognition? That is the young man who has kept the company flying, tried to take over from the mother, just as she took over from my whole mother. So I wish you very well, my brother, and I pray you turn the company to several billions of dollars revenue. God helping you in Jesus' mighty name. I wish you very well. Thank you.
Can we put our hands together for Ashiwaju, Dr. Michael Olawale Cole? You've heard it. Home is the best. No matter the ideas to Japa, home is the best. And for a man that have traveled the length and breadth of this of the countries, he has given us the right advice. Please, wherever you go, don't japa, home is the best. Before we take the next goodwill message, the president needs to attend another event. We would like to take a moment to have a group photograph. Let me invite the president of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry upstage, where we'll have a good photograph, and Princess Layo, the chief host, and the handsome husband, Otumba Biodun Okewo, and the COO of FAE Limited. Dr. Shegun, representing the DG of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. Thank you.
No night so dark, but His love can cheer us. No, not one. No, not one. Jesus knows all about our struggles. He will guide till the day is done. There's not a friend like the lowly Jesus. No, not one. No, not Now did every saint find
Thank you, thank you. Please, can we appreciate them as they go back to their seat and the president takes his leave. Okay, one more. One more. Thank you. Thank you, sirs. Thank you. Let's put our hands together as they come down and take their seats, and the president that is leaving. Thank you, President. Have a beautiful day ahead. Thank you. So we continue with the event. Please, you must forgive me. I'm told I left out two important organizations. They're also partnering and exhibiting with on this occasion. Please put your hands together and appreciate with me Superflux and the VP Group. Please, I'm so sorry. You are equally very, very important, and you mean a lot to us on this beautiful and important occasion. Superflux and the VP Group. Thank you very much. Moving next, we would have Dr. Nlena Ugu have a goodwill message. She's a member of the EDC Management Board and Head and Online Relations and Support Services. Can we welcome Dr. Nlena Ugu to give a goodwill message? Thank you, ma'am.
afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Nenna Ogu from Pan-Atlantic University. Pan-Atlantic University, it's, I'm sure we all know the university, but we have 3 major organization units under Pan-Atlantic University. We have the Lagos Business School, he's our big brother. And then we have this Enterprise Development Center, where Presence is an alumni of the association, and that is why we are here. And we have the School of Media and Communication, IOH, across others. So we have undergraduates and then postgraduate school. So we are here because we appreciate this wonderful woman who is an alumnus of the Pan-Atlantic University, who has demonstrated that there is joy in making things happen. She's been a great mentor to so many young entrepreneurs, to so many young ones coming up, and she has demonstrated that when you put your strength to something, you'll be able to do it. And I love the fact that she will never stop talking about the support that our daddy here had been giving her in terms of making sure that the business moves. So on behalf of EDC, we want to welcome everyone here. We want to thank you for coming. I want to also say to the young ones, please do make time to visit the website, Pan-Atlantic University, pau.edu.ng. We have a lot of opportunities for the young ones. In the past 5 years, we partnered with MasterCard Foundation to see how we can build and support the youth in Nigeria. So make sure you leverage on that strength, leverage on what we have to build yourself. During the course of the panel, our head of career at the Pan-Atlantic University in Kiru Okachukwu will be here to tell you what we do and how we have been building the employee space in Nigeria. Once again, thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you, Princess. Princess is somewhere taking pictures, but we just want to clap for her again, to just tell her, appreciate her, that we love her. So let's sit down, and 3 things that we always say as a citadel of learning, that you're here to learn, you're here to unlearn, and you're here to relearn. As we are doing that, let's also keep on networking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nena. Thank you. I think that will become our slogan for the day: to network, to learn, and to relearn. And that it will be the second speaker stressing that. And I'm sure if you need to have and lead an extraordinary life, those 3 important ingredients must be part of your life. So I would like to recognize and call up stage, representing the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, the DG of the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria. I would like to invite Dr. Segun Alabi, the Assistant Director, Corporate Services, to give a goodwill message for the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. Thank you, Dr. Segun.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here today. I'll be reading the speech of the Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadri, MNI. The President of FAE Group, Princess Layo Bakari Okelwo, our great Amazon at the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, immediate past President of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ashiwaju Dr. Michael Olaleko, CON, and also Otumba Abiodun Okelwo, a great pillar of support to our Amazon. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here today at the World Envelope Day and the Career-Defining Job Fair, organized and put together by FAE Group. Envelopes may seem to be a small thing, but they play a vital role in our daily communication and also in business transactions. It's wonderful to see a company like FAE celebrating the importance of the simple yet crucial tool in our everyday life. I also want to commend FAE Group for its resilience and resolve to make an impact and give back to society by organizing a job fair as part of this year's event. Your contribution to build future leaders is highly commendable. In today's challenging economic environment, creating job opportunities is more important than ever. By bringing together employers and job seekers, this job fair will help to connect skilled workers with the companies that need their talent and also equip the youth with requisite skills and capabilities to face future challenges and place our economy on the trajectory of growth. I wish both the World Envelope Day celebrations and the job fair great success today. Let us continue to work together to promote innovation, create opportunities, and support economic growth for all. Thank you for your kind attention. Segun Ajayi Kadri, MNI, Director General, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Segun, for delivering Mr. Segun's message. We receive it. Thank you, Manufacturer Association of Nigeria. We recognize your presence here today. So we're moving on, and we'll soon be, we are just closely to the meat of the day. But before then, we'll take the keynote address from the CEO of Jobberman, Mr. Oreoluwa Boboye, to give us his keynote address. Mr. Jobberman, thank you. Thank you. Please, let's make welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Our special and esteemed dignitaries present today, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and also to our vibrant talents present in the house today. I would also like to have a feeling that we have young people filled in the hall this morning, right? Because there's one special attribute, that really shows that people are young, and that is the vibrancy. Okay, today is a special day. We're celebrating World Envelope Day. So please, can I see you tell your neighbor, Happy World Envelope Day? Can I see that happen quickly? And please, can I also hear you say, I'm excited to be here today? I think we can do better than that. Great. Yeah, thank you. So I believe we have young people in the house today. It's a great honor to stand before you today on behalf of the CEO of Jobberman, Mr. Hore Boboye, who is unavoidably absent. My name is Ini Ikide. I'm the head of Youth Engagement and Learning for Jobberman Nigeria. And let me start by applauding FAE Limited and the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry for organizing this very special program, the career-defining job fair, like I would like to call it, a platform that does not just connect people to jobs, but also empowers individuals to unlock their full potential. Jobberman is an organization that I believe everyone here know about. We pride ourselves as a household name. Everybody, at least there's somebody in every home that actually has Jobberman, maybe as a job seeker, or as an employer. We're founded in the year 2009, where our mission is very clear and very simple, which is to connect qualified talent with the right opportunities. And today's theme resonates very strongly with us, and which is unlocking potentials, bridging gaps, bridging talent and opportunity. We are gathered at this time when talent is abundant, no doubt about that, and opportunities often seem out of reach. especially for the youth in Nigeria, because we know in Nigeria alone, we have one of the youngest population in the world, and even in the entire world, right, the population of youth in the world is the highest, right? So we're in an era where we have more young people in the world than ever before, right? And we have young people who are brimming with innovation, creativity, and resilience. But the fundamental question remains, how do we unlock the potential in a way that is meaningful, inclusive, and also sustainable? And I'll be addressing each of these points. At Jobberman, we believe the answer lies in three critical pillars. The first is skills development. The second is access to opportunities. And the third is empowering ecosystem. Now, let me talk a bit about skills development, which is also part of the reason why we are gathered here this morning. The world of work is evolving rapidly. The world is changing, like we say, and the world is changing very fast. Employers are not just looking for certificates, they are looking for capabilities as well. And this is why we have invested in upskilling over 2 million young people in Nigeria since the year 2020 with our partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, especially to bridge the gap, between school and the demand in the workplace. Because we believe that talent is not just enough. Talent must be nurtured, talent must be shaped, and also aligned with market demands. So to the young talents here, like we love to call you, we see you even more than being job seekers. You are not just job seekers, but you are talent, right? So to our talents here, learning does not stop at graduation, right? I believe we already know that learning does not stop at graduation. In fact, that is even where it begins. You have to be very intentional about acquiring skills that match the needs of the market. Let me repeat that again very strongly. You have to be intentional about acquiring the skills that match the needs of the market, and also the future as well. You have to think data, you have to think technology, you have to think communication, you have to think demand-driven skills. You have to also invest in growth, in your own growth and development, even when no one is watching. So I'm going to talk about access to opportunities. Even the most talented individuals cannot thrive without access to opportunities. We are bridging gaps between job seekers and employers, between training and placement as well, between potential and realization. And through our platform, we connect job seekers with employers every year, creating a more transparent, equitable, and efficient job market. And we call on all relevant stakeholders present here to also do the same. But we know that access must also be inclusive. We must be committed to ensuring that women, marginalized groups, and young people in underserved areas are not also left behind. To our job seekers present here again, another word for you is don't be afraid to put yourself out there. I remember once upon a time I was also a job seeker. And of course that is already old news, right? So please don't be afraid to push yourself out there. Show your work. Show the value you have. Because we are living in a value exchanged economy. But even in an era where it is the value you have, it is the problem you can solve that will determine how far you can go, even in the world of work. And I tell young people, I do not respond to people who reach out to me and say, please, sir, I am looking for a job. If you tell me that, I'm not going to listen to you. What I want to hear you begin to say is what you can do for me, what you can do for my organization, right? And what you can do for the economy, for the country at large. So this is an era where it's all about value. What value do you have? What value do you bring to the table? The organization you want to work for, what value can you add? And we want to believe that such value should also be symbiotic, right? Between, the job seeker and also the employer. Apply even when you feel you're 60% ready. because the truth of the matter is that if you want to wait till you are ready, you might never have the right time to start. So when I graduated from school, right, I knew I was not ready. I started, pushing out my CVs, okay? And what I did was to take a step ahead to polish the skills that I already had. So I went to a finishing school, okay? It's a popular graduate finishing school in Lagos. And I spent 3 months in a finishing school trying to polish myself, trying to refine myself, trying to sharpen my skill. And trust me, even before the end of my stay in the finishing school, I did what? I got a job. So it's not about the fact that you've gone to university, you've graduated, and now you are entitled, waiting for the jobs to come. Ladies and gentlemen, where are the jobs? But the good news is that the jobs are available. However, you must show the desire to do what? To get those kind of jobs. So the world, like I said, the world rewards those who take bold steps. You must be bold. You must be courageous as well. The previous speaker spoke about you taking advantage of this event for networking. And I tell young people, what are you afraid of? What's the fear? What is the fear that is limiting you from approaching, somebody that you feel can provide you access to opportunities and information? What's the fear? What is limiting you from approaching somebody who can mentor you? The worst you can get from such person is a what? Is a no. That is the worst answer you can get. And I don't want to believe that since the time we were born, there's nobody in this world who has not received a no for an answer. But we are all alive to today. Am I communicating? Are you here with me? So please take take a bold step, like I said. Your talent is valid, and it also deserves a seat at the table. It all starts from the beginning. I love to use my career journey as an example because when I started my career, I started from the very scratch. Like I said, came out from school, I had to go polish myself further. It wasn't for free. Spent good amount of money that I saved doing my NYSC. And also some of the gratuity I got for my late mom as well. At least she's proud of me that I used the money for, for something very good, right? And it all started from that journey, from me being an intern, to being an officer, to being an assistant manager, to me being a manager, to me being a senior manager, to being the head of a foundation, and also here representing the CEO of Jobberman today. So please, you can also achieve this, and you can also do much, much better. I'm going to talk a bit about empowering the ecosystem and how we can achieve this. No organization can do it alone, and that is a fact. Jobberman cannot do it alone. All the industries represented here today cannot all do it alone. We must work hand in hand with government agencies, with educational institutions, with private sector players, and development partners as well. Together, we can co-create an ecosystem where talent can thrive. I was so excited about the examples from China, the examples about India. And no wonder, they have gone as far as where they are today. Okay, so if we want to take the country to the next level, we must begin to do each and every one of these. Okay? To the leaders and partners in the house today, this is the right time to move from just, doing your CSR to a return on impact. Okay? Let us create pathways that lead to real employment. We have an unemployment crisis in the country. So every initiative that we are doing must be directly linked to how can we create jobs? How can we match people? How can we mentor young people and also provide enterprise support? I'm very happy to see that Pan-Atlantic University is present here today because we definitely know what they are doing in the area of enterprise development, working together with EDC, and all that. So we have to be very, very intentional about designing systems where no potential is wasted. Part of the reason why young people are jackparing is because they understand the fact that they have potentials. And they don't want their potentials to be what? To be wasted. So if we want to curb that, we want to cut that, we call it the jackpot syndrome by 90%, we must ensure that young people, their talent will not get what? Will not get wasted. And maybe because of my time, like I introduced myself, I'm the head of learning and development. So teaching, facilitation, and all that is what I love to do, but I'm also very conscious of my time. So I'm going to speak briefly to the job seekers and our talents and what you need to do. And this is a very, very critical aspect in this particular event. And I want everyone to listen with rapt attention. So this is a blueprint for your own personal growth. So this is not me coming to give you some academic answer. This is what I, specially crafted, okay? Especially using my own background and my own journey as a reference point here. So like I said, I'm speaking directly again to the young talents in the room. You are not just the future, but you are the what? We are also the present. And there are 4 truths. 4 truths I want to speak to. 4 truths to hold on to. The first is that your potential is powerful. Yes, I've mentioned potential so many times. You have potentials. Your potential is powerful, but it must be what? It must be activated. It must be what? It must be what? Your potential must be activated. Like I said earlier, I had to activate mine by polishing my skills and also refining myself as well. Okay, so it's not just about saying, oh yes, I have a potential, so please give me the job. Nobody's going to listen to you. You must activate your potentials. Don't wait for permission to what? To go. Seek out learning. Seek out learning. There are so many platforms there out now where you can learn. And a lot of them are available for free. If you go on the Jobberman website, you'll see a lot of trainings that we offer for free, together with so many organizations as well. So you have to seek out learning. Learning should be continuous and what? Never ending. So you have your first degree, you're a first-class student or graduate, congratulations to you. But if you do not nurture your talent, you will find yourself in a situation whereby somebody who has graduated with a 2-1 or a 2-2 or even a 3rd class has beaten you who is a first-class material or first-class graduate to that job. So you have to do what? Ensure that learning is continuous and never ending, because the more knowledgeable you are, the more, the greater your chance of securing what we call dignified and fulfilling work. Okay, so say yes to opportunities, show up, and also keep showing up. You must never give up. You must never give up. Rome was not built in a day. You must also not give up. The second is about your mindset. I will not do a fantastic job here if I do not speak to the mindset. Okay? Your mindset is your greatest asset. And trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Your mindset is your what? It's your greatest asset. The journey will be hard. And that is why my voice went a bit higher when I said that, so that everyone will hear me very clearly, that the journey will be what? Will be hard. But you were built for what? You were built for greatness. There's this advert I love so much. I don't know if it's still played, where it said that there's a drop of greatness in every man. I always remember that when I'm faced with difficult situations. I tell myself there are drops of greatness in me. And I'll be happy if you can say that, even if it's rhetorically. Okay, so please, you have to dump the entitlement mindset. You have to do what? Dump the entitlement mindset, the negative and the fixed mindset as well. The mindset that there are no jobs. So somebody was telling me that sometimes they go and say, the reason why I don't have a job is because there are no jobs. And I shook his hand and I said, fantastic. So now that you know there are no jobs, so why are you disturbing me now? Well, you've said it that you know there are what? There are no jobs. So your mindset, okay, must be better positioned. Okay, all the negativity. Yes, we understand the situation of things in the country. Okay, we understand the situation of things in the economy. But trust me, people are getting jobs. People are getting promoted. People are buying cars. People are building houses and living well as well. Okay? So you can also take a piece of the cake, like we like to call it. But then you must fix your mindset. Your mindset must be positive, optimistic. It must also be resilient. Okay? You have to be resilient because even when you jackpot, will you not still go and do the 4-3 jobs that you are not doing now? So why not just apply the resilience now that you are here? And let us see the benefits of you being resilient. Okay? So approach every opportunity with the right mindset. You have to do what? Approach every opportunity with the right mindset. Give Nigeria a benefit of doubt for once. Give yourself a benefit of doubt for once. You've woken up in the morning, you've prayed to God, and you've told God to order your footstep. And say, God, please take me to the right place. And please, God, give me my daily bread. So why not just allow that to happen? But part of the reason why it might not happen is because you do not even believe in the prayer you've offered, you've rendered to yourself. Because of your what? Of your mindset. Your mindset must be a growth mindset, must be a mindset that sees opportunities, and you would get it. The third is networking. Networking is very, very important. Of course, we know there's a popular saying that your network is a what? Is a net worth, right? So you have to surround people, you have to surround yourself with people who can challenge and also uplift you. John C. Maxwell classified those kind of people as givers, people that will give, that will help you, and not the takers. The takers are those that will come and take from you and leave you with nothing. You must surround yourself with people that will make your life better. Okay? Attend relevant events and also keep yourself gainfully engaged gainfully. Let me say that again. Keep yourself engaged gainfully. I remember one of our professors in school. Okay? Whenever he tells us he's going to come to class by 4, he will end up coming to class by 10 p.m. No jokes. We're his research student at that time. And then for about 5 hours, we keep waiting for him. And then when he arrived, he will ask us, how did you keep yourself engaged gainfully? So it's not about you having all the time. You know, you have all the time, you spend all your time on social media. Social media is not the problem, but it is the person who is using the social media that might be the problem, actually. Right? So you must ensure at all times you engage yourself gainfully. Even if you are searching for a job, even if you do not have it, you have no business staying at home doing nothing. What exactly are you doing? Are you looking at the ceiling? Or you are watching movies? Trust me, movies will not end. Okay? So you must find a way to, like I mentioned earlier, engage yourself gainfully. By either volunteering for something, okay? Or maybe being in a mentorship program, an internship program. And there are so many of all these opportunities that exist out there. Now I'm conscious of my time, so I need to go a bit faster. The fourth is, remember I said 4, right? So the fourth is digital is no longer optional. Digital is what? Digital is no longer optional. Ladies and gentlemen, the age of artificial intelligence is here. Okay? And let us be clear, we are living in that age right now. Okay? And it is beginning to reshape everything, including the world of work. Okay? And whether we like it or not, before the year 2030, so many jobs that are existing right now will become obsolete. So the question is, and that is the reason why I said you must ensure that the skills you are learning or the skills you are acquiring is not the skill when you are graduating and they are giving you the certificate. You will now see breaking news, this job does not exist again. But then you've spent your millions in acquiring those kind of jobs. We know exactly what is going on right now. We know what is happening in America. We know the changes that are already happening. Okay, so we must be prepared to embrace the new evolution that is already here. Not the evolution that is coming, the evolution that is already here, which is the evolution of what? Artificial intelligence. And I'm saying, please get me right, I'm not saying because now the age of AI is here, so everybody should turn to robots. No. Please listen to exactly what I have to say. Embrace technology. Okay? And the truth of the matter is that there is there's a technology aspect to every job that we do. Okay? Whether you are in HR, you are in marketing, you are in sales, there is technology attached to your profession. Whether you are even a fashion designer, okay, a writer, a developer, or an entrepreneur, your visibility and scalability should be powered by what? Digital tools. Okay? So these are my tips on how you can begin to do that. Number one is you have to begin to learn the basics of what? Of AI. There's ChatGPT, there's the other one, China, is DeepSeek and all that. And all that, okay? You must begin to learn the basics of AI. You have to also begin to use AI tools to work smarter, okay? Even for organization as well, machine learning and all that have to be infused in your business model. Build AI enhanced portfolio. Think creatively about the future. The only set of organizations that will thrive are the organizations that continue to think creatively and continue to apply innovation. I do not have time to give a lot of examples of organizations that did not do so in those areas and where they are today. Okay? So please, you have to think creatively. You have to also think about the future. Now, what is my call to action as I wind up my presentation? Okay, so today I challenge every one of us, whether you are a policymaker, you're an employer, an educator, or a young person that is full of dreams today, to be part of this bridge building process. Let us invest in skills that matter. Let us open doors to those that we often overlook. And let us not just talk about potential, but let us do what? Continue to unlock this potential. And at Jobberman, we remain committed to this journey because when we bridge talent and opportunity, we don't just create jobs, but we do what? But we create futures. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you very much for listening, and I wish everyone here a very great day ahead. Thank you.
Can we put our hands together and appreciate Jobberman for a job well done? I feel full already. He has given us the nuggets. He has given us what we need as talents, seeking opportunities and the right information. I believe we've jotted down and you've taken some things to go back and start to improve your journey to the top. Thank you very much, sir. Representing the CEO of Jobberman, Mr. Oreolu Aboboye. Let's put our hands together once again to appreciate them. Thank you very much for partnering with FAE on this World Envelope Day, this career job defining day as well. So moving on, like I said, we are there already. We've started. Jobberman has taken the lead, and right now we'll be having a panel session. And I believe you are ready. The first panel discussion and question and answer. And the topic that we would be looking at this afternoon is navigating career path, how to identify and pursue your career. Are you interested? Are you interested? Okay, so the people that will be giving us insights and delving into this topic, I would like to call them up stage, and the moderator as well. So our first panelist, can we put our hands together and appreciate and make welcome Captain Callistus Ifeanyi. Put your hands together. Thank you. Wow. I'll be wondering, who is this captain in our midst? Thank you, Captain. Are you a sailor? I'll be Air Force, because I'm trying to depict and know what this uniform represents. Thank you, Captain Callistus Ifeanyi. Okay, I heard your okay, please sit down, relax, and we are ready to, because I'm looking for, I want to be in this uniform. So I'll be asking you how I can be kitted in this uniform. Okay, so moving on, our next panelist, the MD of News Central Africa, Mr. Kayode Akintemi. Put your hands together and make welcome. Okay, he's almost here. In 5 minutes, he will be with us. So upstage next, can we make welcome Professor Oluwole Familoni. Professor is the current chairman of the Human Resource. Let me put on my glasses. Okay, can we make welcome Professor Oluwole? Thank you, Prof. Please put your hands together for Professor Oluwole Familoni, Faji. Yeah, the current chairman of the Human Research and Committee. Thank you, Professor. Please. Okay, so this panel discussion is filled with Professor. I would gladly invite. Please have your seat, sir. Thank you. So from the Lagos State University, I'd like to invite our panelist for today again, Professor Oluwatosin Adu is the Professor of National Biochemistry, Lagos State University. Thank you, Prof. I'm sure some of our people here are interested in how to become a professor. Thank you for chairing the profs in the house. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, sir, from the Lagos State University. Also, this panel session has an array of, rich, some experts, industrial people. Bukola Konko, Chief Operating Officer, Women Aid Africa. I'm sorry, I don't know if he's a doctor or a chief or October, but let's make welcome Bukola Konko. Thank you. The Chief Operating Officer of Women Aid Africa. Thank you. I love when we have women taking lead. Thank you, madam. You're welcome. So we also have Dr. Okewale Babatunde, the CEO of, is it St. Ives or St. Ives Hospital? You have St. Ives. Okay, thank you, my English professor. Dr. Okewale Babatunde, St. Ives Hospital, you're welcome. Can we have you upstage? I know the upstairs is your CEO here. Okay, we'll wait for him. Let's also welcome Nkiru Ukachukwu, the Head Career Office, Pan-Atlantic University. Thank you. So I wouldn't know if he's a doctor or a chief or Otumba or Bashiwaju, but we welcome you, ma. Put your hands together again. Let's appreciate the women in our midst. Nkiru Ukachukwu, Head Careers Office, Pan-Atlantic University. So we are still awaiting 2 more of our panelists, but I would like to call up the moderator of this panel session. He is Dr. Segun Alabi, the Assistant Director, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. Thank you, Dr. Segun. I will hand over the microphone for you to anchor the deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, good morning, everyone. And this session will be taking a deep dive into navigating career path, how to identify and pursue your career. I know we have a good number of young people here. I think today is the beginning of the best and the rest of your day on earth. Please, if you know you are young and vibrant, please put your hands together for all these wonderful panelists. The applause is not adequate. You are too economical with the applause. We have 2 professors. And we have a captain here with us as well. It is indeed a career day for us. So my job here is very easy. They are the professionals, and they will be taking us through how to identify and then pursue your career. Something that is very important for us to state here. Okay, please, we can have the CEO of Jobberman join us. He's ably represented by the keynote speaker today, who just finished his keynote address. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, thank you very much. I'll be starting with, I need a second microphone on stage. The first question I'll be asking the head of career, the head of the career office from Pan Atlantic University, Nkiru Okachuku. Very, very eminently qualified. So the question is, what factors influenced your own career choices, and how did you navigate the career path?
Okay, good morning, everyone. So what factors influenced my career path? Okay, I studied electrical electronics engineering in the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. When I went to study electrical electronics engineering, I wanted to solve problems. That was why I actually studied the course. But by the time I graduated, I realized that it wasn't really mechanical or electrical problems I wanted to solve. I wanted to solve human problems, but I didn't know how to go about it. So I started off working in engineering firms, business development, account management. I did that for 12 years. So, when you're restless, you're doing something, but this is not what you want to do. So I told myself that I wasn't going to turn 40 doing something I didn't want to do. So I went into soul searching, thinking of what I wanted to do. Then the opportunity came. So one thing I want to tell the young people here is that nothing comes to you for free. You have to know yourself, know what you want to do, and look for it. So I ventured into, I attended a training for business development, not even for career anything. Just one statement that was made during the session told me what I wanted to do. They said, incidentally, I went for my company then sent us to Pan Atlantic University for a training. So it was during a training, and they said that every student had a mentor. I was like, that's exactly what I want to do, mentoring. So I asked, how do I become a mentor? They say you have to work here. How do I work here? You have to apply. Can I apply now? They said, no, there are no opportunities. The way you said about opportunities, they said there are no opportunities. Oh, I said, no problem. So I kept on knocking and knocking on the door till there were opportunities. So I would say that what drove me from being an engineer to being a career coach is passion. I have a passion of making people better versions of themselves. When I see young people, I see potential. I see people that can make changes. So I knew that being a mentor, being in the career space will help me help students, or will enable me help the young people to get to where they are meant to be. So I would say it's basically passion. For the young people here, know your worth. Know what you have to offer. Like Ini said, you have something to offer. I was actually taking notes when you were talking. You have something, you have a lot of potential, and let it drive you, drive the decisions you made. That is exactly what worked for me. I hope I didn't talk too much.
A round of applause for her. From what she said, one thing caught my attention. And it is about, there must be the foundation first. The foundation for her was engineering. And what she's doing now is not too far-fetched from engineering. You are actually involved in human resources engineering. Please, another round of applause for her. I would like to go to the cynosure of all eyes today. I would like to go to the captain. So, captain, what factors influenced your career? You know, your career is that evidently clear to everyone. So can you tell us the journey? Tell us about the journey to this wonderful, envious career.
Good afternoon, everybody. All right, don't worry. You people will hear what I'm saying today. I know we already have that mindset that captains, once they are over there, making announcements that we don't used to hear them, right? Good. Anyways, you will hear me today. All right, my name is Captain Callistus Ifani. I fly for Air Peace Airline. I'm glad to be here today. To the question you asked, permit me to use this opportunity to maybe tell you a bit about myself. Maybe that would also answer the question and give us an insight to why we are here today. So many people or some persons know me as the first pidgin English-speaking pilot in Nigeria, some say in Africa, because some of you might be seeing or hearing some voice notes that people use on social media when they travel and all that. The person behind that voice is the voice you're hearing today. All right. What moved me to go into the career path of becoming a pilot? Mine is not passion. But when I found myself into aviation, I developed the passion. The best way I describe myself, just like one of the speakers while he was making his speech said, is every human being has potentials. It depends on you how you nurture yourself and how you groom yourself. When I was growing up, I grew up in Awka, Anambra State. I was so strategic about everything I do. Describing myself or summarizing myself to people, I just tell them, just look at that Okada man on the streets of Lagos carrying you or taking you from one place to the other. That was me then. But when the opportunity called, I grabbed it and I held it passionately. I went to school in Anambra State University. I graduated, but in the course of my university, I'm an Okada rider. I drove Okada from 2005 to 2012. While I was going to school, every weekend, my holidays, Friday, I finish lectures on Friday in Uli. For those that know Anambra State a bit, I will go to Awka and do what? Pick my bike. And the worst of it is that I ride at the ungodly hour. those times that the state government will put curfew that bikes should not run in the state from 7 p.m. That 7 p.m. is when I put my key on my bike to start my own work. So I was faced with so many challenges. Maybe I never knew that today is what I was preparing for those days. Because the challenges I faced, so many things. All these bike guys that you people see, those guys are seeing a whole lot. Anyways, so I finished that. To cut the long story short, one of the days, 2012, the chairman of our airline, Airpeace Airline, Chief Barrister Alin Onyema, I was the student president in my community. He's from my community. So I was in youth service in Bayelsa State then. He was organizing a birthday party for the dad, 80th birthday as at then. And something moved me to say, okay, go and assist, you and your team, student union, go and assist in that birthday party. We did. After the birthday party, I was supposed to go back to Bayelsa State where I was serving then. But one thing kept on telling me, go and see this man. Why am I going to see him? I don't know. Sunday, the birthday, the Easter Sunday passed, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I kept on trying to see him until on Thursday. Strategically, the cousin was having a wedding. I positioned myself at the door with my provost. I was president of the student union then. I positioned myself. Immediately we heard that the chairman is coming into the auditorium for the wedding. We stood at the door to welcome him. Casey, like he called me then. Casey, I'm sorry, I've been busy. Come and see me this evening. I went there around 7 p.m. and I was granted access, myself and the 3 other of my escorts, into his house. And we are just seated. What did you come for? Like I said again, I don't know. Though that wasn't the question, though. He welcomed us and he initiated the conversation. The conversation went on. After some time, he started asking us how, what we are doing, what we studied and all that. President, what did you study? I said, I studied physics. He said, oh, do you know physics? I said, yes, by the grace of God. Do you know geography? I say, actually, in my secondary school days, geography was one of my best subjects. So he said, okay, nice. Would you like to be a pilot? And that was it. I held my breath for a while. Guess what? The person you are asking, would you like to be a pilot, have never gone 1,000 miles close to an airport in my life. And I have never seen an aeroplane before. So he said, I know you might be thinking it's my pilot 1, the convoy. Pilot 1, pilot 2. He said, no, I mean aeroplane pilot. I held my breath again. And I said, if human beings are doing it, I can do it. And that was the beginning of my journey to becoming a pilot today. 2012, that was Easter, around April, we left for the training around November 2012 and finished the training 2014. Ups and downs that, follows the training and all that. I later finished my training in 2017 and started work with Airpeace, and here I am today. So now, that is a brief summary of my journey of becoming a pilot. Now, the passion aspect, like I said. Okay, thank you very much.
Another round of applause, please, for the captain. So we have another great member of this panel session who has just joined us. Please, I would like to invite him upstage. Please, with a round of applause, welcome upstage Mr. Kayode Akintemi, CEO MD of News Central TV. Keep the applause coming, please. What a wonderful, wonderful story from the... Anyone? So you'll be hearing stories from all sides and all angles. Let us go back to school. You know what I mean? To become a professor. Do you know what it takes? 4 or 5 years in the university, first degree. 1 2 years masters. 3 5 years PhD. And then you work for another minimum of 10 years to become a prof. For some, 15 years. And then today, this afternoon, we are honored, not just with 1, but 2 of them. So another round of applause for the profs. So let's start from Professor Familoni. What influenced your career choice and how has the journey been, sir?
Good afternoon, everybody. I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be here. What influenced my passion to be a professor? When I was in secondary school, there were 15 courses that we did in that school. It wasn't the best, it wasn't Casey, it wasn't the biggest, it was called Okigbo Federal Grammar School. For those Yoruba people who knows what is Okigbo, it's not a fantastic, but God used that for me. I came out of the 15, I came first in 13. And by the time I finished grade 1. So people have been calling me professor when I was in secondary school, because all through my secondary school, I came first in all of my 5 years, except once when I came second. I finished first grade 1. Fortunately, when I finished, my brother was a university professor already. So he just asked me to come to him, and I came back to the University of Lagos. I think my introduction was not complete. I'm not chairman. I'm a chairman. That's just by the side. I'm a professor of chemistry, former Dean of Science of University of Lagos, former Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos. So that's the... So when I got to University of Lagos, I couldn't go in straight. I had to work in Apapa. However, in my family, there are about 6 professors. So when I got there, I saw one of them who was able to go to the university straight, and he was going out of the university, he was graduating, and I said, working in Apapa is not the best thing for me. I was earning 98 naira at that time, so it wasn't the best. So I went back to A levels. Fortunately, I finished very well, and I came back to University of Lagos. My brother was somebody I looked forward to, who was working at the University of Lagos at the time, and the peace of mind that was happening to the university professors at that time, I don't know whether it's the same now, was so good that I said, this is what I have the capacity to be. And I just followed. As soon as I finished serving, I finished serving in Gongola State in those days and came back immediately to the University of Lagos for my higher degree. I had a Master of Philosophy, 1982 to 1986. It is a 4-year program, not just 1-year program that we, at that time, University of Lagos did not believe in MSc. They think they don't know anything. They said it's 4 years. I came back after that. I came back for my PhD at the University of Lagos. I finished 4 years after. So it took about 8 years after my first degree to become. And I was able to discover myself that I have passion for academics. But how do I get to the real academics, the subjects that I studied? It was I wanted to be a doctor. And in those days, there's no jump. It's not jump. You have what's called concessional. And I have only, when I came back from school, I had my result, but my form got lost. I couldn't find my form applying to Idiaraba. So they said, if I cannot find my form for Idiaraba, what do I want to do in Nakoka? And God directed me to say I want to do chemistry. Now I can do chemistry from 7 a.m. to 12 midnight. The passion was developed. I think God directed me. Hello? I think God directed me to that. And so, just like the MC said, the director said that you spend 4 years in university for first degree, 4 for MPhil, 4 for PhD, that's 12 years. And I started work as a lecturer 2 at University of Lagos, 1990. I became a professor in 2004. That's 14 years after first degree. So by so doing, I've been a professor for 21 years as a professor of University of Lagos. So when I talk to people that when you go to the university, for me, because I talk to students, not in large places, but in my church, whatsoever you have passion for, that you are good at, is what you should do. If you see that somebody is good in architecture and making money in architecture, and you say, that is what I want to do, you may fail. Do what you are very pleased, easy for you to do. Somebody was an artist, but the father said, you cannot do that, because I have not seen a very successful artist before. They forced him so many times, and the brothers go and do medicine, go and do this one, and they were doing it. However, it was the artist was most successful. So it is important that it is what you have passion for that God will bless you with. He has given you something that you will excel in, and you eventually get to it. Also, if you have a degree, and you can, if you have done, I think the university is to classify you actually, either as a first class, second class, third class, and not going to show you what you are going to become in the future. If you have first class in Yoruba, and you apply to a bank, there's a good chance they will give you the job because they know you are brilliant, you'll be able to put debit and credit in the right places. Unlike when you have third class in finance, thinking that they will give you a job in bank, they will be afraid that this person that is not brilliant, that may not do their work well. So do what you have passion for, and it will push you to wherever you are going to be in future. Now, my son has a business as a computer person, and when people come, they will say he doesn't give them job based on their degree in the university. He said, this work is available. Go and code it or whatever. I don't know how they do it. If you can do it, you get the job. It doesn't ask, which degree did you finish with? It will say, did you finish computer science? No. This is the job. Do it. If you're able to do it, you get the job. So it is important that apart from getting the degree, apart from those of us who are teachers, I have to continue my chemistry forever. I mean, to improve myself continuously. Whereas, if it is any other work in which you are not teaching other people, you can change. You can get, these days you are even lucky that anybody can go to IT very easily. My people that did chemistry, they've changed to accounting, and the best student in the year was doing his accounting. So it is important for us to do what gives us pleasure in working, because I don't know how God pushed me to chemistry, and I think this is the best thing I could have done in my life. And so whatsoever, me as a Christian, I have to put that into the consideration, that God will direct you into what you should do if you pray well. I know Jobberman will give you another version, but my own version is to pray, God directs you, make all mistakes, we direct you to where you be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. And that's the God factor, which is also very important. It's important for us to know where God wants you to be. Let's allow the second prof to speak to us about his journey and what has influenced him in that regard. Professor Adu.
Thank you very much, moderator. I appreciate Professor Familoni. I'm actually a baby professor compared to him. If I had attended Unilag, he would have taught me, because he's a contemporary of my own teacher and mentor, Professor Elemo. They are actually, incidentally, they are very close. Like him, I wanted to be a medical doctor. So when I picked JAMB, my cutoff was not up to medicine. So I got into LASU. And I was looking for, at that time, LASU, Lagos State University, had not started medicine. So I wanted the course that was closest to medicine. And at that time in LASU, biochemistry seemed to be the closest to medicine. So the idea then was, I will start off with biochemistry. When medicine eventually starts, I will cross to medicine. Or by the time I finish biochemistry, I will now go in for medicine. But in my 300 level, I was attending a university lecture like this. I can't remember whether it was a convocation lecture or whatever. And the person that was brought in was a professor of nutritional biochemistry. And he began to talk about all the wonders of what nutritional biochemistry, was all about. And there and then, I just concluded that it was nutritional biochemistry I was going to focus on. And all my mind was, when I finish, so that was how medicine left the equation. All of a sudden, I was no longer interested in medicine. All I wanted to do was nutritional biochemistry. And then it was a case of, okay, I was going to work in the food industry. That was where my mind was. Even though everybody at that time used to call me like they call prof, prof. But my mind was to work in the food industry. But in my final year, that was when the conviction came. The God factor also came in, and I just realized that I had passion more for imparting knowledge, and I wanted to do that. So I told God, I said, okay, if you want me to go this way, then this is how my journey must be. And eventually, the journey went that way. I finished among the top in my class, went for youth service, rushed back to pick up my MSc form. And that, I thought it was just going to be just one way, very easy. But because that is your passion, because that is what your focus is on, does not mean it's going to come easy. That MSc, because we were the first set of MSc in my set, took about 3 years for MSc. But it also brought out the best in me, because the things I needed for research, to be able to do proper research, the knowledge and the skills that I needed, I gained it within those 3 years. And that made me to who I am, today. So I would say that sometimes you could say, this is where you want to go. But along the line, that's where flexibility comes in. When you are very rigid and say, oh, because it's medicine. When you open yourself up to other opportunities, then you will realize that it could actually be in this way that you will be making a success out of it. And truly, like I said, those 3 years of MSc made a whole lot of difference and has influenced my journey to becoming a professor today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. So, I hope our young ones here, the youth, the undergraduates, I hope they are taking notes. It's very important. There must be that defining moment in your career journey, and you must understand what you have passion for. And like Professor said, it's not about just having that passion. You must pursue it with the God factor. Next, I would like us to go to the media world, and we have a veteran here this afternoon. Mr. Kayode Akintemi is a veteran in the industry and is the MD of New Central, and we want to hear from him what motivated him into this career and how the journey has been so far. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. When I speak, I like to see everybody that I'm talking to, and I can see that I'm being blocked here. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, please grant me permission to stand so that I can see everybody in the room. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Fantastic. I love your energy. Oh my God. I love your energy. All right. God has been so good to me. When I listen to all these brilliant human beings right behind me here, I'm like, oh my God, I am the most blessed person in this room. I'll tell you, let me start with the fact that I went through primary school. If you have 30 people in the class and you do an exam for 30, my result will be so bad that they will make me 35. I am not kidding. I am not kidding. I will be 35 because my result will be so bad they will not give me 30, 31. They will put me around 35. I struggled with education in primary school. I got help, Nancy, and again, I will say to you, if you have something you're passionate about, please don't give up on it. Because I was not good with education. What I did in my early years was to work with my mom in the kitchen. So I can practically cook a storm. There is nothing. At the age of 8, I could pound yam for a house of 10. By the age of 9, they will tell you that Kayode can do amala. My uncle used to say that the amala that is made by Kayode, if you understand Yoruba, he will say, Ofele bieti. There is no lump in it. Now, because of that, my uncle and my auntie, they thought they will need me to cook for them. So they took me from Lagos because I could not get admission into no secondary school will take somebody who was deemed a failure. The only thing they thought I would be good for is to be a mechanic, a tailor, or somebody that can help in the garage, a bus conductor. That was what everybody thought I'll do. But I spent time in the kitchen with my mom, and that helped me. So my uncle and my auntie took me to Kaduna. So my auntie was my teacher. She spent time discovering what makes it possible for my brain that seemed to be sleeping or almost dead to function, because she believed there is nobody that can do the things that I did at the age of 7, 8, 9, and 10 that is completely brain dead. So she worked with me academically and woke up something in me that made it possible for me to discover the things that I needed to do to not fail exams. So here is the rest of my story in a summarized version. Because of that help, I was able to get admission into secondary school. I went to Federal Government College, Kano. Because of that awakening, something in my brain that made it possible for me to realize that if all these amazing people are spending 30 minutes, 7 professors in the family, doctorate degree holders, we don't have any in my family. And I wouldn't say that they're not brilliant, because my younger brother, if he does an exam, like Prof here, if he sat for an exam and he comes second, I will come 34 out of 30. He comes second. He will cry all the way home. How did I manage to not come first? I don't even know how I managed to get to 35. So he was brilliant. I was not. So the bottom line is I managed to get through primary and secondary school. And then when it was time to go to university, I couldn't get admission into any university. I thought I would be a soldier. I didn't get admission into Nigeria Defense Academy. I thought I could study law. I couldn't get admission into UNILAG, into University of Benin, or any university in Nigeria. So I went to my uncle, the late Bishop Akintemi, and I said, Uncle, I don't know what else to do. I've wasted a whole year just sitting at home. I'll wake up in the morning, I'll go running, I'll do exercise. I was hoping I'll be a soldier, and I thought you don't have to be academically brilliant to be a soldier, but then the exam is not easy. So he was the one that said, go to Bishop Akintayo, the then Bishop of Egba Diocese. Go and talk to him. So I went to Bishop Akintayo, and he was the one that said, go and apply to Ogun State Polytechnic. I applied to study business administration. I got there, submitted, and then when it was time, I went in to check the results, and I couldn't find my name there. So on my way out, one of my old schoolmates was the one that went like, Saki, congratulations. I'm like, for what? I didn't get admission. Meanwhile, before I saw him, an ex-teacher of mine, I won't mention her name because it still stays in my head till tomorrow. She was a youth corper when I was in Federal Government College, Kano. She saw me on the way out of Ojere. And when she saw me, she looked at me and said, what are you doing here? I said, good afternoon, ma. I came to see whether I've got admission. And she said, did you? Not yet. She said, I didn't expect you to be anything other than a garage boy. That I will never forget. She told me that. It's not a made-up story. But fortunately, as I walked past her, completely broken, that friend of mine said, go, let's go and see the results. And then he said he saw my name, not in business administration, not in accounting, that was my second option, but in mass communication. So I went there, collected my letter of admission, went to Bishop Akintayo and said, Bishop, thank you, sir. I got admission. Here is my letter. He said, congratulations. I said, but I wanted to study biz admin or accounting. He said, are you not happy with it? I said, no, sir. I said, why? I said, because I prefer what I applied for. And then he did his hand like this and looked up and said, that's what God wants you to do. Wow. Take it and go. So I took the letter. I went to my uncle, Bishop Akintemi, and I said, Bishop, here's my letter. Oh, congratulations. I said, but please let me talk to Bishop Akintayo that I would prefer to be an accountant or a businessman, not in the media. And he said, did you tell Bishop? I said, yes, I did. What did he say? I said, Bishop just went like that and then said, that's what God wants you. I said, if Bishop told you that's what God wants you to do, then that's what God wants you to do. So I went, finished up my registration, and I went through Ogun State Polytechnic. My first year, my father lost his job. He had no money. My mother lost her job. Both of them moved to Ondo. No money to further my education. But because Bishop said that's what God wants me to do, opportunity opened. Radio Nigeria gave me an opportunity to do a presentation, and from there till today, I have been a voice on radio, on television. I have traveled the world. I've been anywhere I want to go. I even say to some of my friends, I had the opportunity of applying for a British passport, but I said, what do I need it for? There's nowhere in the world I want to go to that my Nigerian passport cannot carry me to the end of the world. Anyway, so here is a lesson to leave you with. Number one, it's been mentioned here, the God factor. When God has a plan for you, don't fight it. Hold it by the scruff of the neck and run with it. Number two, have faith and believe that God has a plan for you. And whatever that plan is, just say, God, reveal it to me. And it doesn't matter whether you're a Muslim, a Christian, an Ogun worshiper. There is God everywhere, some kind of God. But the one that I worship is the Almighty God, Adonai El Shaddai, the one that is the one I consider as the only God, the Father of our Messiah, Yeshua HaMashiach. I believe completely in him. But whatever you believe in, spend your time to understand. So finally, I'll say to you that God will help you every step of the way. Favor will go with you. But please, most importantly above all other things, understand that there is no exchange for hard work. Hard work is almost everything. My father used to tell me, even when he had no job, no money, he said, pray like you don't have to work. And then when you get to work, spend 18, 20 hours there like you don't need God. Like this man doesn't even believe in God. It's just work, work, work. So you work like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amazing story. Amazing. Someone that was told that he will never amount to anything in life. And now is a veteran in the media space. And not just in the media space, is the MD CEO of News Central. Another round of applause for Mr. Kitemi. Great stories. I would like to move on to this other side. Mrs. Bukola Kunko, let's have your own side of the story.
Thank you very much. These are amazing stories, you know. And I really hope that the audience is listening. Because one thing that I hope is coming through to all of us is that there isn't one route to success. And the uniqueness of everyone's story that's been shared today lets you know that
there should be something in each story that speaks to you individually, as they have all spoken to me. I have found some similarities in the journeys of the distinguished panelists here that resonate with my own story as well. For me, I think amongst my parents' children, I was the most ambitious. I wanted big, big things, and one of the things that was clear to me was that I didn't want to be poor. And I can tell you that this is something that has driven me in so many ways, and in good ways, I must tell you. So when it was time to apply for a degree in university, I said I wanted to do electrical engineering. I like to fix things. So I went, I did my JAM. I passed one time. I was like, okay, this is great. So I started. By my second year in university, I was advised to withdraw. I didn't understand what they were saying. And, yes, we had the general subjects, but when it came to the engineering courses, I struggled. I tried, I would go to classes, I'll come back crying to my hostel. I don't know what these people are talking about. Now, for me, who was a student in primary school and secondary school who had, I got prizes, I was involved in plenty drama, singing, plenty things, to experience failure was tough. And I can tell you at a point, I thought about committing suicide. How do I go back, me the shining star in my family, and tell them that they've asked me to leave the school? So, in university, when we're in that stage, we kind of feel that we know a lot of things, and we listen to a lot of our classmates and our peers. The day that I thought, you know what, maybe this is enough, I should just end it all, somebody came to visit me and said, how are you? What's going on with you? And I was just like, just quickly come and go because I have a plan. And my schoolmate came with a chessboard to play chess with me. And I thought, have I ever told you that I know how to play chess? What's going on here? But that intervention, saved my life. And following that, another schoolmate said, you know what? Let's go and talk to the faculty officer and let's see what can be done. Cut a long story short, I changed courses and I applied for a course to study educational technology. I didn't like the course because I didn't want to be a teacher. My mother was a teacher. Family people, there were too many teachers, and I didn't want to be poor. And all I could see was a life of struggle in front of me. So I was like, how do I actualize this dream, that where I would have whatever I want, travel wherever I wanted to go to? I couldn't see it in the journey that I was on. At a point, because of all the difficulties I was facing, I even told myself that I'm not going to pray again. Whatever will be, will be. I will try to do my best. I will show up in class. At the end of that year, when our results were published, and I wasn't even interested in even going. But I said, you know what? Let me just go since everybody was gathering. And I saw the first course, 80-something. I said, please, Captain, let me check that list. Is that my name? Is that my number? Is that my matric number? So I started finding success in a different course that I didn't know what I was going to do with. Educational technology. They told us to do teaching practice. I would go to the school, and I schooled at the University of Ilorin. I went for teaching practice. At the end of each session, people would say, yeah, it's just that you don't like this course. You're a natural teacher. We're like, go for it. Natural teacher, okay? I don't want to be a teacher. It made me sad. And I think even though I started seeing good grades, the last of my years in university were not so great because I didn't know how I was going to make a living out of what I was studying. I graduated with a second-class upper, and I said, okay, well, this gives me an opportunity to now start applying for the kind of jobs that I would like, that would make sure that I don't live as a poor person. So I started applying then there were a lot of bank interviews. I went through all those interviews, graduate trainees. I would do all of them, show up, study, do the online, no, they will not call me. I would do the ones for the manufacturing organizations, name all those organizations. I went for all those, they would not call me. I was like, how do I transition to what I want? So one day, I couldn't get a job, so I was home for a while. I was depressed, I would cry every day. And then a friend of mine now said, look, my sister has a shop. Instead of just staying at home, why don't you just, at least it's somewhere to go to, and then, you get some pocket money. So I said, okay, that's fine. So I started my first job with a second-class upper in a retail outlet. And while I was going out, I was gainfully employed, but while I was working there, I would have my schoolmates pass by. So then, this has been going from Ilorin back to Lagos. So they will happen upon the store. Hi, Bukola, what are you doing here? Are you working? Oh, no, you can't be working. Is this a holiday job for you? Oh, no, it's not a holiday job. Is it your mom's shop? What exactly are you doing here? And I faced that, and it made me sadder. But I kept going at it. And now we have words for all these things. We call it persistence, we call it resilience. I didn't have a way out. I didn't have any answers, but I kept showing up at work. And remember, I was also working because it was a shift role, so my workmates were not educated. So honestly, humble pie, I ate it, But one day, my boss called me and said, I want to talk to you, and you've been faithful in these little things. I know some people who are setting up a company, and they're trying to staff. And I recommended your name to them. And I was like, really? Wow, thank you. So I went for that interview. I thought it was a real interview. Actually, it was already a done thing, because she felt it was unfair for her to keep me in that job, in that role. So I moved so I started this role in an NGO, and from that NGO to another NGO. And then from there, I moved to more established corporate Nigeria. So we're talking about telecoms, we're talking about the FMCG that didn't want to take me that time, and manufacturing and so on. So why am I sharing this story? Because life is not a straight line for anyone. And many times, social media gives us this impression that, just do 5 steps to success and you don't blow. It's not like that. And anybody that tells you that it's like that, even though on the surface it may even appear to be so, when you dig deeper, it's not like that. Success comes at a price. And one thing that you should remember is that even when it doesn't look like you are where you want to be, just keep at it. Life itself has a way of honoring the seeds of hard work that you sow, right? That's one thing. The other thing is that don't be afraid to dream big. When I was thinking about my fear of poverty, on the other side, when I was gisting with my siblings, I would tell them that, I'm going to travel. the kind of life I'm going to live. I'm going to buy, tissue, colored tissue, and put it in the bathroom. Look, these things seem small and insignificant, but I was kind of defining what I was hoping I would achieve in the future, So I would take opportunities when they would come. I would go to my supervisor and say, I don't think I'm being fully engaged. And look, I was not ethical like that. But because I wanted more for myself, I was ready to pay the price. I would go. And I remember one such situation where I went to my line manager and said, I don't think I'm being fully engaged. She said, okay, noted. When she came back 1 month and said, there's an opportunity on the island. I said, you want me to be going to island? I live on the mainland. How am I going to do this and all that? She said, but do you remember that conversation? I said, okay. So please, also in thinking about your career, don't be afraid to be adventurous. Take those opportunities. When they're asking, who is available, put up your hand. You see, all those skills that I learned, working in the store, working in the NGO, today, working in also the other smaller organizations that took me to where I am today, those are the areas where I learned about bookkeeping. I learned about customer service. I learned how to be humble. I learned how to serve. I learned how to build my own portfolio of emotional intelligence. And these are the things that are serving me today, which I honestly believe that if I had gone straight into those other roles that I aspired for and I applied for, I wouldn't have been well-baked. As an HR professional of almost 25 years, sometimes when we engage our employees in the workforce, we can kind of sense people whose roots have not gone deep, who haven't really spent time in the oven to bake, who haven't learned, what it means to stay and to grow. And growth is not always upwards. Many times it's horizontal. And when it's horizontal, sometimes it looks like you're stagnant. You're looking at all the people around you. It looks like they've blown. But let me tell you, when you put your head down and stick to it, your time always comes. And when it comes, it's a tree of life, and everybody will now be saying, Folake has blown, Bukola has blown, but nobody knows the story. Be ready to pay the price, because sticking to it and resilience, honestly, it really makes your success rich at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we go to the owners of the business of the day. Jobberman, let's hear from the professionals.
Okay, thank you very much. And I want to believe everyone in the house here is fully inspired. Because if these stories, don't get you inspired, I don't know what else will get you inspired, honestly. But I want to believe we are inspired. We are also listening as much as we should. So mine, I would say mine was actually very simple and straightforward, right? And that's, it was the deep hunger to be successful, honestly, and reflecting back many years, I'm actually, from a family of 5 children. We're 5 in our family, and I happen to be the last born. Okay, but like I tell people, I wasn't pampered at all. There's always this stereotype that last born are usually very pampered, baby of the family, baby of the house, but that wasn't my story. That wasn't my case, actually. And kudos to my dad for that. At a point, it seemed like it was a disadvantage because even my dad would want me to do more than what my elder brothers were doing. So they would rather stay at home, watch TV, while I would be working hard, helping my mom in the kitchen and all that. fast forward to when I gained admission. So I wanted to study medicine. I chased that path for about 3 years. And then I told myself, if I continue this way, I might become an old man still chasing to be medicine. I had looking for admission. And then I switched to engineering. But then when I graduated, I realized that both the medicine I wanted to study and the engineering I eventually studied wasn't meant for me, wasn't what I was cut out for. And the truth of the matter, what actually helped me was that, you see, when we talk about self-awareness being the foundation of everything, it's very, very key. Because, and self-awareness is a lifelong experience, right? Because every day you are discovering yourself. It's either you are discovering yourself or you are rediscovering yourself. So that's the levels of self-awareness. Is a lifelong, journey. And then when I graduated from school, I went to sign for my NYSC. My dad did a handshake with me and told me this is the end of the journey. So what it meant was that I am now literally on my own. I have to begin to fend for myself, and act like a man. Like my dad would always tell me, you're a man, you're a man. And there was actually one word that resonated with me, and it's something I will never forget for the rest of my life. In fact, I forgot to mention it when I gave my keynote speech, and that is to remind everyone here that life is a race against time. Life is a what? Life is a race against time. Because, just yesterday we were saying Happy New Year to but now Q1 is gone. So I knew at that point that I needed to do what? Approach life with all matter of urgency. Okay? So I knew engineering wasn't my stuff. I knew medicine wasn't my stuff. Then the question exactly was, what is my stuff? What am I made of? What can I do?
Self-discovery.
That is exactly the point. Self-awareness, self-discovery. And I went on that journey. Like I mentioned, I went to a finishing school. Okay, it was, the rave of the moment at that time. Every graduate, it was the dream of every graduate in Lagos that time to go for this graduate finishing academy, like it was called. It was quite expensive because I paid about 150,000 naira at 2013. So you can imagine how, but then I was able to save money doing my NYSC, and my mom also, when she died, we had to process her gratuity, and actually had some share, in that particular money. And I said to myself that I must make the best use of this money. Unfortunately, I don't want to go into that stories. Some of my siblings didn't do that part. It was an opportunity to club. It was an opportunity to, enjoy themselves. But I was the least, I was the last one, like I said. But then I happened to be the person who had I was like the most intelligent person, because even when they were trying to lure me, and that is the fact, because when we talk about peer pressure, when we talk about people will want you to do things you don't want to do, and you feel you have no choice, okay? And there's this saying that if you can't beat them, you do what? You join them. No, you have a choice. If you can't beat them, you either join them or you do what? Or you leave them. So it's not a case of if you can't beat them, you join them. No, you always have a choice. So I had a choice to do what was right. I went to a finishing school, I spent the money, and I was on that path of self-discovery. And I knew that my path was actually in management. That was it. Management. Manage people, manage assets, manage resources. If you give me this building, in 2 years' time, you'll meet it better than the way you gave it to me. That was actually that was actually my passion. Okay, so I went on that journey, like I said. It was a journey of refinement. It was a journey of poise, of etiquette, personal discovery, and all that. And even before the end of the program, I got an internship opportunity. Okay, and again, my friends discouraged me because I was offered 20,000 naira per month as an intern. Okay, and they were like, this 20,000 cannot even take you home. You understand what I'm saying? So, they were like, why not be patient? The likes of, other organizations would come. But then it was a job in management. And I knew it was an opportunity for me to begin my journey, my professional life on that part. Okay, and then I applied another principle, which is pain versus what? Pain versus gain. At times in life, we would have to subject ourselves to some form of pains because of the gains we want to reap tomorrow. So it shouldn't be about short-term achievements, short-term success, okay? And that's the mistake a lot of young people make. Like you mentioned, what you see on social media, people go to club, they spend money, they buy expensive drinks. You don't even know if it's even fake money. Maybe it's paper, printed paper. They are spending there just to show off. And then you've carried the wrong mentality to say, this is a young billionaire. You want to be a billionaire at the age of 21. When your dad has not left that kind of inheritance for you. So I was very patient. It was a 20K salary I started earning. And then there was something my MD at that time took note of. And it was a feedback that was given to her, because then as interns, whenever it was time for salary, they were always giving us an envelope, because why are we opening accounts for you people? So they would call us to the account office, and then one after the other, they would give us envelope of 20,000 naira. I thank God for FAE for envelope. We're celebrating World Envelope Day today. And then there was the chief accountant took note of my body language at that time. And I realized that among all the interns that were coming to collect 20,000, I was actually the happiest among them. And then at the time he had to call me, I was like, Ini, what is special about this 20,000 naira? That whenever you are collecting it, you're always this excited, you're always this happy. Because we know that it's not this 20,000 you are spending that is taking care of you. And I mentioned something, that my happiness is that I have the opportunity to work for an organization, right, where I'm solving problem, and my effort is what? Being appreciated. That was what I said. And I went my own way. This guy went to tell the MDO and was like, there's something about the mindset of this guy that is not ordinary. And my promotion came in less than 3 months after that experience. So you see, the truth of the matter is that, like I mentioned, we've all shared our different stories, okay? But I want to believe that in each of all these stories we've shared is actually speaking to someone. There's actually someone right there that seriously needs this message. And I'm happy that you actually came for this event. Okay, so I went on that journey. Okay, so apparently I then spent 8 years, because the organization never wanted me to leave. So I started my career, and I worked there for 8 years. So I've only worked for 2 organizations. The first at Jobberman, and the second one is Jobberman. Right, so, and it wasn't a journey of doing the same thing for 8 years. Like she mentioned, growth can be vertical, it can be horizontal. So I was moving from one position to the other. I was accelerating, I was climbing to the ropes, until I became a senior manager in less than 6 years. From an intern to even the head of a foundation. It was the experience I had as the head of foundation that took me to Jobberman, where I'm actually the one in charge of learning and development for the MasterCard Foundation, the project we are currently implementing. Right? So you might think the little things, your humble beginning will not count. Ladies and gentlemen, it will what? It will count. You might think nobody is not taking notice of what you are doing. Right? The fact that you are greeting people good morning, and the person is not responding does not mean that the person does not have what it takes to make your morning good. Okay, but if you had fought the person that you greeted good morning and says, answer me now, but you would end up being what? You would lose the opportunity that the person even had, because maybe the person was actually thinking of how he will help you, but then you fought him, that you greeted him and he did not answer. Focus on the big picture. Focus on the big picture. You must envision. That's what we call envisioning. Having a clear path on what you want to be and also how you want to get there. Okay, and you must follow through that journey. It won't be easy, like we've said. It's a gradual process. Okay? And even along the line, you are still going to discover yourself. You will continue to reinvent, and there's always the first curve, the second curve, and the third curve in our professional journey that we will still have to encounter much later. But at the end of it all, like I said, you definitely have to be patient, right? And like we've already said, let me conclude. The foundation is you must discover yourself. You must know your passion. You must know what you want for yourself, okay? It doesn't matter what you've studied in school, okay? Though what you studied in school matters too, sure, but okay, but what is important is that really the stuff you want to do? Is that what is meant for you? Okay? And if it's no, it is not too late, Okay? You can always exactly change your path and become whoever
Thank
you
you.
want to be.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Today is the day of stories, and the stories have been very compelling, very wonderful, and insightful. What I want us to know today is that I heard this yesterday. It is said that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. And the next best time to plant that same tree is now. Now is the time. And as we wrap up here on stage, I want each and every one here to give us their parting shot. And then we'll call it a day. So let's start from you. The one with the highest hatred for poverty.
Money is good. If there's anything I would like to leave as a parting shot is, for many, I'm making an assumption that many of us here are either working somewhere or maybe hoping to pivot their career into something else, transition to something else, or whatever it is. When engaging with your potential or your future employer, or even if you're still somewhere preparing to pivot into something else, always ask yourself, what value are you going to bring? What are you going to put on the table? In short, that question that they ask at the end of interviews, why should I give this job to you? Why you over everyone else? So the question to you is, what are you putting on the table? And to be able to answer that, you need to know that organizations today, when they hire, they look for people who have the basic skills or the technical skills. Okay, this person can do all those things. But they want someone who can help them solve problems. So what are those skills that you're going to equip yourself that will enable you bring value to the organization that you want to work with, that you're working in presently? Those are the questions, and those are the things that are discussed in talent review sessions. Yes, oh yes, he's a good engineer. Oh yes, he's good with technical skills. But what are all those other additional things are? What are those additional things that that person brings to the table? And remember, your JD will describe what it is that you're supposed to do. But many times we find that in the workplace, employees obey the letter of the JD. Learn to embrace the spirit of the job description. What are those extra things that you can do that can differentiate you from the next person? Because you may even be in a role where there are like 15, 20, 30 of you doing the same thing. What will stand you out amongst the others? That's the question you should ask yourself, and that's what you should use to prepare and equip yourself as you plan to develop in your career. Thank you.
All right, thank you everybody once again. My parting words for you all is something that I know the younger generations, they don't like. That thing is what? The process. Younger generations don't like to see the process. They like to see it shining on Instagram. They like to see captains dressed just like I am, but they don't want to see or hear what we passed through to get to where we are today. So what is that process? The road is very tough and very narrow. But if you always like to embrace that finished product, gear up to pass through the process. If you ever jump a ladder, it's just like someone who had carryover and intends to graduate you will come back and write that your carryover. So make sure you pipe low, take it a step at a time, be strategic, be passionate with whatever career path you decide to choose, and make sure that it's something that you have love and passion for. By the time you get to the top, people won't see what you passed through yesterday. They will always see about today. Thank you very much.
Okay, mine will be a couple of questions. How many undergraduates do we have here? Okay, good. Graduates, recent graduates. Okay, so we have a couple of undergraduates. How many of you have your CVs, properly written CVs? Very few. How many of you have worked before? I'm talking to the undergrads, so. Okay, great. My parting word to you today will be to make sure there's a CV clinic today. Make sure you get your CVs ready, whether you've worked before or not. Before you graduate, make sure that you work. We hear that Nigerian youths are not employable. I don't believe that. It's because companies have not given students opportunities to work. At the same time, you students also need to go out there and look for opportunities. Young people of these days don't want to work without being paid. Guess what? You have to put something to get something. Look for vacation jobs. Look for internships. Even if the course you're studying does not require an internship or job. For instance, in Pan Atlantic University, every single student must work before they graduate because it ties into the mission of the institution, which is to form competent and committed professionals. You can't say you're a professional if you've not worked before. So please, what I want to tell you is that before you graduate, you have an opportunity. Please look for that job, whether it's a shop, whether it's a business, your father's business, your neighbor's office, 2 weeks, 1 month. Please make sure you work before you graduate because it opens doors. It forms you all the skills we're talking about, teamwork, communication, professionalism. You learn that. You don't learn them in classes. You learn them by doing. For the organizations that are here, it's a collaboration. Policymakers, employers, students, it's our duty to create these opportunities for these young ones. I work in the careers office. When you talk to companies, they'll say, I want first class people that have experience. I ask them, where would they get the experience from if you don't give them the opportunities? So I also beg the companies that are here, employers of labor, encourage our youths to work before they graduate so that when they graduate, you will have those youths that are employable. It's not their fault they're not employable. Yes, they have a part to play, but we also have our own part to play by providing opportunities for these young ones. So in a nutshell, as we leave here, please make sure you have your CV, start thinking of your next vacation job or your internship program. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My parting shot to every one of you. What vision do you have? What do you see? Be patient. Work towards it. While you are waiting to achieve that, get busy. I have done taxi driving. I've taught in primary school. I've taught in secondary school. You know, while waiting for that which I dreamt about. And even after getting what I dreamt, I have not stopped learning. Today, I'm a business development coach. I've been director of ventures in my institution. I've been, so all of this, just keep learning. Keep learning. Thank you very much.
My parting shot will be that you should be flexible in all your undertakings. Do not fix yourself that this is the only way that to get to where you are. Make sure that you grab every opportunity that is passing by. This is one opportunity that has come today. Grab the opportunity and use it very well. What you are going to become may not be necessarily what you have learned in school. Be very flexible, take all the opportunity, and also pray that God will direct you. Give you that opportunity. Because God will give you the opportunity, you may not take it. That God will direct you to where the opportunity is. When you get there, you will see it. When you get there, you'll be able to grab it and it'll be useful for you. Thank you.
Okay, my parting shot would be wishing every one of you success in finding your own luck. Okay? And when I say luck, I want to reference what Oprah Winfrey defined as luck, which is what? Opportunity meets what? Preparation. That is luck. Okay? Opportunity meets what? Preparation. Opportunities will come your way, no doubt about that. But the question is, are you prepared to embrace those opportunities, to unlock those opportunities? And how can you prepare yourself? These are the things we've talked about. Every one of us have talked about it. Okay? We've talked about learning. We've talked about, we spoke about your CV, having a well-crafted CV, and other things that we're going to be talking about much later today. Okay? So you must be prepared, adequately prepared, prepared to meet the right opportunities. Okay? Follow the process, like we've said. Okay? Patience is very, very key. Hard work is very, very key. Debunk that statement or that mindset that school is scam. Okay? Graduate with a good grade. Graduate with flying colors. First, before you even start thinking about that. Do the one your parents have sent you to do. Okay? And make them proud first. Okay? Like I said, you prepare yourself. And the process is continuous because after you graduate, you go for NYSC, you have to make sure you continue to do what? To speak to yourself. You continue to do what? To discipline yourself. There's what we call SMART goals. Okay? The question is, you must ensure all your goals are what? SMART. They must be specific, they must be measurable, they must be achievable, they must be relevant. And the most important is the word T, which is what? Time bound. And that's the reason why I said earlier, always remember that what? Life is a race against time. Okay? Time and tides wait for no one. Make haze while the sun shines. Thank you very much.
Again, I want to see everybody, and because we've got very limited time, I will beg you, ladies and gentlemen, can you all stand up for 1 second? Everybody. No, you don't have to stand up. You have achieved everything you want to achieve, and you have more, and you will do it. So, now, I don't have one passing shot. So I'm going to rain some bullets down. I heard my sister here said, money will come. Can I hear you say it? Money is good. But ask yourself, who am I before money comes? And then tell yourself, I will not be defined by money. Tell yourself, money is not my objective. Tell yourself, I will be consistent. Then also tell yourself, I will be resilient. Say it like you mean it. Tell yourself, I will be committed. And then you have to tell yourself the home truth. I will be hardworking. You know that they say a lot of Gen Zs are not hardworking, they're lazy. But I am a Gen Z. I'm only like, what? But I am. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, this one, is extremely important above all things. And in all things, I will trust God. I will fear God. And I know God will help me. Amen.
Let's come together for a group photograph. Why they are here. The first to Professor Familoni. So, Professor Familoni, presentation of this flag to Professor Familoni. Thank you very much, Professor Familoni. The next, Bukola Konkwo. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Professor Adu. Thank you for your time. Please, a round of applause for all the panelists. Next, we have for Captain Callistos Ifeanyi. Captain Callistos Ifeanyi. Actually wanted Captain to give us a sample of the pigeon welcome on flight.
So which one would I want? Now the one where when I don't hear, I've been a new one would I want. I know. Which one? The old one. Hi, God. All right, my country people. On a good afternoon. I bet the best one that they hear in voice this afternoon. Now the Ogabara for this movement we go pilots from LCCI go our houses later on today. My name na Ifeanyi Callistus Kenechukwu. As the matter be now, we don't finish what they do for here. Small thing, once they load our bags, then finish. We chop our foods, then finish. Everybody go enter road. We go begin the movement. Well, before then, I want to let you know, say, road clear, no police.
The emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the lion is here.
TrendyBeats.com.
Mr. Kayode The next is Ikiru Ukachukwu. Ikiru Ukachukwu.
Clear the road for Musabi.
the CEO Jobberman, Mr. Oreoluwa Boboye. Ably represented by Ini Ikide. Ini Ikide. A round of applause. Shall we all snap with our plaques? Let's bring out the plaques and snap. The plaques.
Okay, right about now, I trust we've had a very insightful and knowledgeable panel session. Can we put our hands together again as we appreciate these great panelists? Thank you, sirs, thank you, ma. And right about now, we'll be having the tour, and like we mentioned earlier on, there's still another panel session, and I can assure you it's going to be more stimulating and engaging. But before then, we'll take a 20-minute interlude for a tour upstairs. The HR, the marketing managers are ready to engage with you to give you further insights, more knowledge about how you can work with the organization. This is an opportunity you wouldn't want to miss. And after that, we'll reconvene here for the second panel session. Dr. Segun Alabi will be leading the panelists and will be leading on this tour as we go for the tour. Yeah. So there is also refreshment. So please be rest assured that as you are being fed intellectually, your tummy too will receive some ministration this afternoon. So thank you very much. Dr. Segun will lead the tour.
Shall we please go on the
Hi, my name is Adeleke Adele. I'm the CEO of FAE Limited, the largest envelope manufacturer in West Africa. We make over 10 million envelopes a month, and we supply all over Nigeria, Cotonou, and Accra. If you ask any of our customers, they will tell you that our envelopes are of exceptional quality. We are here for you whenever you need any size of envelope. We're here, we're ready to supply you. FAE is the brand you should choose when you're trying to send a message to your customer. Our main focus is always on quality, so every step of our production, we're always checking our quality. We're measuring the size of the envelope to make sure it's the specific size that we want. We're checking the level of glue on it to make sure the glue is strong enough. We're making sure the glue, it's the right amount of glue that we've applied to the envelope. So quality is our watchword, from the sheeting to the punching to the folding of the envelopes till it gets into the carton. And even when the envelope is in our store, we're still checking on the quality. We're still making sure that the envelope is suited for purpose. We deal with a lot of banks, so we always have to be precise with what we do, because we know what our customer wants and we have to give our customer what they want. Customize, we make all sorts of envelopes, plain, pill and seal, window envelopes. Main focus is on quality. We start with our paper reels. So our paper usually comes in either reels or sheets. Paper, most of the paper in Nigeria is imported, but we also have some local paper manufacturers as well. We have what's called a sheeting machine that cuts the papers into large squares depending on what size of envelope we're trying to make.
Good day, my name is Princess Layo Kewo. I'm the Managing Director of FAE Limited, the largest envelope manufacturer in Nigeria today. In Nigeria, we are all talking about security. Security about what you are doing. Security about your business. I want to introduce tamper-proof envelopes to you. I'm going to demonstrate it to you. All you just do, you peel and you seal it. Seal the envelope. Number one feature about tamper-proof envelope: tear if you can, but this one will not tear.
FAE has been around for over 35 years, and we've built a legacy. We've built our integrity on always supplying quality products.
FAE Envelopes has a very good high quality. If you look at our envelopes, for example, it's just like the buttocks of a baby. Very, very soft.
Our main focus is always on quality, so every step of our production we're always checking our quality. We're measuring the size of the envelope to make sure it's the specific size that we want. We're checking the level of glue on it to make sure the glue is strong enough. We're making sure the glue is the right amount of glue that we've applied to the envelope. So quality is our watchword, from the sheeting to the punching to the folding of the envelopes till it gets into the carton. And even when the envelope is in our store, we're still checking on the quality. We're still making sure that the envelope is suit for purpose. We deal with a lot of banks, so we always have to be precise with what we do, because we know what our customer wants and we have to give our customer what they want.
And also those that count. Once they count, they're fitted in their carton. Before we even pack at all, we come in, we take a random sample. What we are looking at is the seal. Is the seal properly okay? Is it well gummed? We're looking at the logo. Is the logo at the right, is it fitted in the right position?
We're the largest envelope manufacturer in Nigeria. Customize, we make all sorts of envelopes: plain, pill and seal, window envelopes. Main focus is on quality. We start with our paper reels. So our paper usually comes in either reels or sheets. Paper, most of the paper in Nigeria is imported, but we also have some local paper manufacturers as well. We have what's called a sheeting machine that cuts the papers into large squares depending on what size of envelope we're trying to make. Once the paper has been cut into sheets, we then have a die cutting machine that we use to cut into the different shapes of the envelopes that we require. Envelope sizes range from the small corporate sizes, which we call 4.3 by 8.7, some call it the DL envelope, all the way up to 18 inches by 14 inches. So depending on what size envelope we want to make, we would select the mold that we would use to cut the envelope, and we would also determine that on the sheeting machine what size we're going to cut it to. Now, once we've die cutted the envelopes, we will place that on an envelope folding machine, which has been preset to that particular size.
Your corporate image is very, very important. So branding your envelopes is very, very important. Now we have even scrapped normal dextrin envelopes. All we do now is peel and seal. We discovered that recently some people, whenever they are licking envelopes, there's a lot of infection. So that is why it's peel and seal. You just peel and you seal, and everything is sticked at once.
Built our integrity on always supplying quality product. The name is synonymous in stationery all over Nigeria. Every bookshop you go into, you would find an FAE envelope, and the owners will always tell you our envelopes are of exceptional quality. We don't compromise when it comes to quality. That's why we've been in business for over 35 years. Right now, we're a third-generation business. The company was actually started by my grandmother before my mother took over, and currently joined at the helm of the business to also continue the same level of quality, the same level of integrity. We take training very seriously, and we have our German engineers that come in twice a year to train our staff. They also come in to maintain our machines. We also have a program that we signed up to a few years ago. It's a German vocational training where some of our staff are away for about a year being trained by the German engineers. About 3 years ago, we started the MV Master envelope. It's actually right next to me here. It's a pre-packaged envelope, barcoded. It's for supermarkets, good inventory for companies that like to have sort of a computerized system of monitoring their stock. It's been quite successful. Customers love it. Demand is pretty high. It's just one of those things we try and do to maintain innovation in our business. We always try and reach out to customers, find out what's new, what they want, and we try to give them that.
We know that our customer, they have a choice. And what is their choice? Buying elsewhere. So that is why we have highly trained adjusters that no matter how small the defect on any of our envelopes is, it's spotted from the line. So whenever you are buying FAE envelopes, you should be rest assured that the envelopes is of a high quality. You should be rest assured that all the edges of the envelopes are equal, so that when you run your envelopes on the machine, there is good color registration. FAE is number one. Thank you very much.
FAE, because our envelopes are of exceptional quality. You can never go wrong with an FAE envelope.
How safe do you think your money and information are? Do you know your money and information can be stolen from your ATM card without your ATM card being stolen? Your ATM card is a contactless card. To verify, check for the Wi-Fi symbol on your card. Your ATM card has a chip which has most of your information stored in it with an RFID scanner. From a distance of 30 meters, your information and money can be stolen. Not to worry though, FAE Card Blocker has got you covered. The FAE card blocker shields your information against malicious hackers. The FAE card blocker is protective, affordable, sleek, stylish, and it is customizable to your tastes. With an FAE card blocker, your money and information are safe. Don't wait to be a victim.
I wouldn't even say they are safe per se, but I think they are safe up to an extent actually. It depends on who you're giving it to at the moment. Like, no people can open it, but I don't think they are safe.
So far, it's not getting out of me, out of my hands. It's safe. If I put anything, I seal it.
Yeah, to a reasonable extent, we say they are safe.
It depends on the tampering. You understand? We could use any envelope as long as the package gets to. Yeah.
Sometimes they are, sometimes they are not. Depends on where they are kept and the rest. Yeah.
To some extent, they are safe, but most of the envelopes we have these days are not waterproof. So under the rain, most of those things in the envelope are not safe.
And I wouldn't know. I think that would have been better because sometimes some of these envelopes travel a far distance and all that. So if there's a better way to make it more safe, it's fine.
And there can be. I want to believe. If I see it, I will believe.
I'm not surprised because innovation is what is taking over the world. So for me, it's a welcome development. If such envelope exists, it's a welcome development.
Wow. 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 I can't.
Like, seriously, it's not.
Okay, if you say it, okay.
Yeah, sure. Really?
Yes, sure. Try.
Is this an envelope or a bag?
I actually work with a bank, so we use envelope almost all the time. I have a brown envelope in my bag, so I use envelope.
Not very often, but probably occasionally. Yes, when I have events or probably when I want to gift someone.
I use it in my church. I use it in the office. I use it to envelope some things, maybe to package a letter or whatever. I still use it yesterday.
Yes, it's sealed, so it should be sealed. It can only be opened when it gets to the hand of the person I'm sending it to.
I think they are most safe because at least no one can see what's inside except you unseal it.
And they are not always safe. If I have to use an envelope, I must put them in a place that is dry so that my documents do not get wet.
This is good. Honestly, this is good. I've never seen this before. Wow. I should put power. I'm trying to do all I could. See. Wow, this is awesome.
This one is not terrible. It's not. I can just see it's just shrinking, but it's not. You can't get on there.
Like, this is so hard. I literally can't tear it.
Are you sure you just?
I literally can't tear it. Like, I'm trying all my best. I literally can't tear it.
Try.
Are you serious?
Hi, my name is Adeleke Adelere. I'm the CEO of FAE Limited, the largest envelope manufacturer in West Africa. We make over 10 million envelopes a month, and we supply all over Nigeria, Cotonou, and Accra. If you ask any of our customers, they will tell you that our envelopes are of exceptional quality. We are here for you whenever you need any size of envelope. We're here, we're ready to supply you. FAE is the brand you should choose when you're trying to send a message to your customer. Our main focus is always on quality, so every step of our production we're always checking our quality. We're measuring the size of the envelope to make sure it's the specific size that we want. We're checking the level of glue on it to make sure the glue is strong enough. We're making sure the glue is the right amount of glue that we've applied to the envelope. So quality is our watchword, from the sheeting to the punching to the folding of the envelopes till it gets into the carton. And even when the envelope is in our store, we're still checking on the quality. We're still making sure that the envelope is suit for purpose. We deal with a lot of banks, so we always have to be precise with what we do, because we know what our customer wants and we have to give our customer what they want. Customize, we make all sorts of envelopes, plain, pill and seal, window envelopes. Main focus is on quality. We start with our paper reels. So our paper usually comes in either reels or sheets. Paper, most of the paper in Nigeria is imported, but we also have some local paper manufacturers as well. We have what's called a sheeting machine that cuts the papers into large squares depending on what size of envelope we're trying to make.
Good day, my name is Princess Layo Kewo. I'm the Managing Director of FAE Limited, the largest envelope manufacturer in Nigeria today. In Nigeria, we are all talking about security. Security about what you are doing. Security about your business. I want to introduce tamper-proof envelopes to you. I'm going to demonstrate it to you. All you just do, you peel and you seal it. Seal the envelope. The number one feature about tamper-proof envelope: tear if you can, but this one will not tear.
Hi, my name is Adeleke Adeleke. I'm the CEO of FAE Limited, the largest envelope manufacturer in West Africa. We make over 10 million envelopes a month, and we supply all over Nigeria, Cotonou, and Accra. If you ask any of our customers, they will tell you that our envelopes are of exceptional quality. We are here for you whenever you need any size of envelope. We're here, we're ready to supply you. FAE is the brand you should choose when you're trying to send a message to your customer. Our main focus is always on quality, so every step of our production we're always checking our quality. We're measuring the size of the envelope to make sure it's the specific size that we want. We're checking the level of glue on it to make sure the glue is strong enough. We're making sure the glue, it's the right amount of glue that we've applied to the envelope. So quality is our watchword, from the sheeting to the punching to the folding of the envelopes till it gets into the carton. And even when the envelope is in our store, we're still checking on the quality. We're still making sure that the envelope is suit for purpose. We deal with a lot of banks, so we always have to be precise with what we do, because we know what our customer wants and we have to give our customer what they want. Customize, we make all sorts of envelopes: plain, pill and seal, window envelopes. Main focus is on quality. We start with our paper reels. So our paper usually comes in either reels or sheets. Paper, most of the paper in Nigeria is imported, but we also have some local paper manufacturers as well. We have what's called a sheeting machine that cuts the papers into large squares depending on what size of envelope we're trying to make.
Good day, my name is Princess Layo Kewo. I'm the Managing Director of FAE Limited, the largest envelope manufacturer in Nigeria today. In Nigeria, we are all talking about security. Security about what you are doing. Security about your business. I want to introduce tamper-proof envelopes to you. I'm going to demonstrate it to you. All you just do, you peel and you seal it. Seal the envelope. The number one feature about tamper-proof envelope: tear if you can, but this one will not tear.
Hi, my name is Adeleke Adeleke. I'm the CEO of FAE Limited, the largest envelope manufacturer in West Africa. We make over 10 million envelopes a month, and we supply all over Nigeria, Cotonou, and Accra. If you ask any of our customers, they will tell you that our envelopes are of exceptional quality. We are here for you whenever you need any size of envelope. We're here, we're ready to supply you. FAE is the brand you should choose when you're trying to send a message to your customer. Our main focus is always on quality, so every step of our FAE has been around for over 35 years, and we've built a legacy. We've built our integrity on always supplying quality products.
FAE Envelopes has a very good high quality. If you look at our envelopes, for example, it's just like the buttocks of a baby, very, very soft.
Our main focus is always on quality, so every step of our production we're always checking our quality. We're measuring the size of the envelope to make sure it's the specific size that we want. We're checking the level of glue on it to make sure the glue is strong enough. We're making sure the glue is the right amount of glue that we've applied to the envelope. So quality is our watchword, from the sheeting to the punching to the folding of the envelope till it gets into the carton. And even when the envelope is in our store, we're still checking on the quality. We're still making sure that the envelope is suited for purpose. We deal with a lot of banks, so we always have to be precise with what we do, because we know what our customer wants and we have to give our customer what they want.
And also those that count. Once they count, they're fitted in their carton. Before we even pack at all, we come in, we take a random sample. What we are looking at is the seal. Is the seal properly okay? Is it well gummed? We're looking at the logo. Is the logo at the right, is it fitted in the right position?
We're the largest envelope manufacturer in Nigeria. Customize, we make all sorts of envelopes, plain, pill and seal, window envelopes. Main focus is on quality. We start with our paper reels. So our paper usually comes in either reels or sheets. Paper, most of the paper in Nigeria is imported, but we also have some local paper manufacturers as well. We have what's called a sheeting machine that cuts the papers into large squares depending on what size of envelope we're trying to make. Once the paper has been cut into sheets, we then have a die cutting machine that we use to cut into the different shapes of the envelopes that we require. Envelope sizes range from the small corporate sizes, which we call 4.3 by 8.7, some call it the DL envelope, all the way up to 18 inches by 14 inches. So depending on what size envelope we want to make, we would select the mold that we would use to cut the envelope, and we would also determine that on the sheeting machine what size we're going to cut it to. Now, once we've die cutted the envelopes, we will place that on an envelope folding machine, which has been preset to that particular size.
Your corporate image is very, very important. So branding your envelopes is very, very important. Now we have even scrapped normal dextrin envelopes. All we do now is peel and seal. We discovered that recently some people, whenever they are licking envelopes, there's a lot of infection. So that is why it's peel and seal. You just peel and you seal, and everything is sticked at once.
Built our integrity on always supplying quality products. The name is synonymous in stationery all over Nigeria. Every bookshop you go into, you would find an FAE envelope, and the owners will always tell you our envelopes are of exceptional quality. We don't compromise when it comes to quality. That's why we've been in business for over 35 years. Right now, we're a third-generation business. The company was actually started by my grandmother before my mother took over, and currently joined at the helm of the business to also continue the same level of quality, the same level of integrity. We take training very seriously, and we have our German engineers that come in twice a year to train our staff. They also come in to maintain our machines. We also have a program that we signed up to a few years ago. It's a German vocational training where some of our staff are away for about a year being trained by the German engineers. About 3 years ago, we started the MV Master envelope. It's actually right next to me here. It's a pre-packaged envelope, barcoded. It's for supermarkets, good inventory for companies that like to have sort of a computerized system of monitoring their stock. It's been quite successful. Customers love it. Demand is pretty high. It's just one of those things we try and do to maintain innovation in our business. We always try and reach out to customers, find out what's new, what they want, and we try to give them that.
We know that our customer, they have a choice. And what is their choice? Buying elsewhere. So that is why we have highly trained adjusters that no matter how small the defect on any of our envelopes is, it's spotted from the line. So whenever you are buying FAE envelopes, you should be rest assured that the envelopes is of a high quality. You should be rest assured that all the edges of the envelopes are equal, so that when you run your envelopes on the machine, there is good color registration. FAE is number one. Thank you very much.
FAE, because our envelopes are of exceptional quality. You can never go wrong with an FAE envelope.
birthday of International Brewery, Michelle Popola. This should be a woman. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Please appreciate her. Let the applause be very loud. Let it be very loud. You're welcome. Thank you. Good to have you engage with us this afternoon. Next, we had a full house for the first session, and this time around we also have some expert subject knowledge that we have carefully selected to discuss and engage with you. We are calling the Dean and Management and Leadership School of Wema Bank, Temi Oluwa Suleiman, Dean Management and Leadership School, Wema Bank. Please put your hands together for her as she comes off stage. That is the Dean and Management and Leadership School, Wema Bank. So moving on quickly. So I think we have a lot of women on this panel session. Moving on, we have another woman, Rita Babalola, HR consultant and co-founder, B Cognate Limited. Thank you, madam. Please, thank you. Let's encourage our panelists this afternoon. Madam Rita Babalola, HR consultant and co-founder, Beacon Gates Limited. Next again, this is a woman. The women have it this time around. We've come to support our woman, Princess Layo Okeowo Bakare, Senior Talent Partner, Coca-Cola. Put your hands together for Gertrude Akiemen. Thank you. You can do better. If you want to be self-cooked this afternoon, your test should be refreshed. Make welcome the Senior Talent Partner, Coca-Cola, Gertrude Akiemen. Thank you. You're welcome. Nice to have you. And that would be, we are still expecting Bolanle Onime. And that's the only person we are expecting. But before that, the person that is going to moderate this session, going to lead the conversation and drive us to a comfortable end, so to say. Can we make welcome the moderator for this second panel session, Mr. Ibrahim Fatoyimbo. Is a communication consultant and a university teacher. Please put your hands together as he walks off stage. Mr. Ibrahim Fatoyimbo, a communication expert and consultant and a university teacher. He's wearing so many caps this afternoon. So you're welcome. I'll hand over the session to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very kindly. Please, a round of applause for my dear colleague here. Please, a round of applause for her, please. You are not, I don't like that. Please, the faster you clap, the faster she gets down. All right, it's a great privilege for me to be comparing and to facilitate this wonderful panel session. Like they've introduced me, my name is Ibrahim Fatoyimbo, and this topic is so dear to me, and I'm happy that we have institutions here present today. Greatest Nigeria student. This morale is low. Greatest Nigeria student. Of the greatest Nigeria student. Don't worry, there is item 7. Don't worry, you'll be definitely refreshed. Thank you very kindly. So, good afternoon once again. Can I get extra mic? Because I am very greedy. I don't like to share my mic. Yes, it's good to know. It's good you know that about me. All right. So we have about 40 minutes for this panel session, and each speaker, the first question, 5 minutes. That's a general overview of this particular topic, and we now personalize the question, and you respond 3 minutes, and your take home 2 minutes. So we just have to work with time. Time is very, very important. So I would like to start with a female, because there's no men empowerment. You know that it is female. So I think, I'll move like this. Your name,
Thank you.
please.
My name is Rita Babalola.
All right. So the topic is unwritten rules of career growth, what they don't teach in school. Interestingly, I'm even a teacher. So what's it we don't teach?
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Okay, so, most of us, when we were growing up, we have this belief that I want to be someone that we've chosen a career for ourselves. And probably as parents, the unfulfilled dreams of most parents usually push to their children. And what you would have is, we want to be a medical doctor, we want to be an accountant, an engineer, and a pilot. But when you leave school, the reality of everything that you have learned in school becomes a different thing, and you have to face the hustle and bustle of life. So one of the things that I would say that they didn't teach us in school, I went through the process. I was once a student and a candidate as well. I would say number one would be, they didn't teach us that we needed to be intentional with relationship. Relationship that we meet in life sometimes counts for something later on. I remember when I got my first job, I was telling some level of people when I had a career talk with them, and I said, a friend from the university, he was in the period we didn't have a phone, and he came to my parents' house that, oh, where was I? And they told him I was in church, and he said, oh, have I gotten a job? I said, no. And then he took me to his uncle's house the next day. But what has kept my relationship with that person, even despite the fact that he was 2 years older than in terms of the level, was just relationship, being intentional about it. So my first job was getting through a relationship. They didn't teach us value relationship. There is no course that has to do with relationship building as then in university. Then number two will be those soft skills that they didn't teach us, that we needed to be adaptable. We needed to be flexible when you plan a chart of life or a course of action and it's not working for you. What do you need to do? You need to be practical and pragmatic about it, and that will mean that you need to be flexible. If you didn't, like the other speaker said, he wanted to be a medical doctor, what options were open up for him was biochemistry. And I know many of us started out, oh, I want to do accountant, and it's not working. What else should you do? I think that was the period we started having actuarial science and things like that. So school did not teach us how to be adaptable easily, that if plan A doesn't work, plan B will be there. Then the third one I would say would be being proactive. Proactive, yes. There are things that book would not teach you in terms of what are the steps that you need to take. Like I was upstairs in the exhibition place there, and many of us here, when I was asking them about LinkedIn, practically most of them didn't have presence on LinkedIn. And I have been in recruiting for the past 7 or 8 years, and there have been people that I have reached out to, passive candidates, just through having profile on LinkedIn. So when people say that there is no job, I tell you that there are jobs, but where are the people with the right information to be visible? Then the fourth one I'll probably call, let me say, being intentionally deliberate with our path in life. We need to plan ahead. He who fails to plan, plans to fail. So I don't think they taught us that we needed to map out personal mission statement that I want to be this in the next 3 to 5 years. We need to have plan. You don't let life happen to you. You need to be intentionally deliberate about your goals. Where are you going? Where do you want to be in the next 3 to 5 years? And then the fifth one I'll probably say now will be, let me just say, I think 4 are the things that came to my mind right now.
I appreciate
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes, but you spent 4 minutes and you gave 4 points. Fantastic. Please, a round of applause for her. That's fantastic. Thank you. Your name, please, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Temiloluwa Sulaiman. And for me, I would pick up from where she stopped. She mentioned something that people are not taught right now in school, how to be adaptable, how to adapt to the situations. So what if you now even adapt? People are also not taught to be resilient. You will go through different things in life. You need to learn how to stay strong and stay true to yourself and be intentional and speak up for yourself. Right? So people are not taught that. Another thing people are not taught in school at this point is that people are not taught how to manage people. Because when you find yourself in a job or in an environment, a professional environment, you would have to relate with people. So it's enough for you to not have a relationship skill. Do you know how to manage your boss? Do you know how to manage your team, your colleagues, and even people that are maybe reporting to you. So things like that, they need to learn how to manage people across, up, across, and down. So those are 2 things I would, just to keep the time.
Fantastic. Please, a round of applause for her. I think I'll be giving gifts for people that are very, don't worry, I owe you that.
All right, my name is Michelle Pupola. I would say for me, when I left school, there was this very, very rude shock that most of the things I learned in school, I'll probably never even use them again. And the fact that I spent 4 years reading, and then you come out and you find out that you still need to read more. So basically, learning never ends. I think number 1 thing to note is that learning never ends. For you to grow in your career, you need to keep on building yourself. You need to keep on developing yourself. And I know that there may be a couple of people here that are kind of like me, that you don't really know what you want, right? And sometimes fate just pushes you in the direction that you should take. And then Nigeria can also happen to you. So I would say in the course of choosing your career, there's nothing wrong with having several options. Right? There isn't one straight path for people to follow sometimes. Some people, yes, they are very lucky and things work for them in a certain direction. But for some other people, you need to have different options. Like I studied engineering, for example. I'm here doing HR. If anybody told me that I'll probably be here today, I'll say, nah, that's not possible. But it happens. You have to be very, very open-minded.
Is that your definition of Nigeria happened to you?
No, actually.
Oh.
Nigeria didn't happen to me. Maybe the first year when I got out of school, Nigeria happened to me. I said, there are no jobs. I thought when I come out from school, I'll get a job in Shell. That didn't happen, right? But I was lucky enough to get an opportunity at where I work currently as a trainee. I started in supply, actually, in the plants. But then different things came up, and I found myself tilting towards HR. So you need to be open-minded, and don't tell yourself, oh, I can't do this, because I actually told myself I couldn't do it. But then I found myself here. Maybe in the course of the panel discussion, I'll talk more on how I got into that field. Then I would say grit. You should not give up. The fact that something did not work for you once doesn't mean that you should not persevere, right? Then visibility. Sometimes there may be 2 people doing the same job, right? But nobody is seeing what person B is doing because person A is making so much noise about what he or she is doing. So when you know you're doing a good job, don't be quiet about it. Sell yourself, speak up, and you never know who is watching. Thank you.
Fantastic. Please a round of applause for her. I so much love my panelists. Just keeping to time.
My name is Zizi Federica Madaso, and I'm a HR executive for HR Hub. So back to what the 3 of them said in regards relationship. So who you know and who knows you is a very vital opportunity for you. So it takes you a long way if you know people, mentorship, sponsorship. They take you a long way. Like they open doors for you in places where you're not. And then performance, like she said, visibility. So some people believe that just doing the job alone gets you your promotion and, gets you to a lot of places. But then again, be visible. Make people see you. Like, you don't just do the job alone, but you're good at what you do. So that takes you a very long way. And then emotional intelligence. How do you read the room? How do you, how do you speak to your colleagues? How do you interact with your colleagues? How do you handle conflict? So it's emotional intelligence is something they didn't teach us in school, but it's something you need to learn in the event you want to move forward in your career and you need to be in the workspace.
All right, thank you very kindly, Zizi. Please a round of applause for her.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Iyoha, Principal Consultant, Jumavi. When we are not taught in school, that's reality when you got a job. 1, code of ethics and office policy. In schools, nobody will ever taught you the code of standards, what you need to do. But when you got a job, you find out every company you find yourself, they have values, they have rules, they have vision, they have mission. Immediately you employed it, if the HR did not do their own work, you find yourself wanting. What do you have to do? You have to navigate and try to see what you can benefit from it. 2, body language. We are not taught to study our immediate boss, our overall boss. The way you behave in school is different from the way you behave in your work environment. You need to study your MD, CEO. I am a victim of such. I'm the person who likes to talk the way it is. During the management meeting, I will just open my mouth and say the way it is, not knowing my immediate MD is not happy with me. After the meeting, oh yeah, I will tell you I'm in charge. Why? I was not taught. Again, when we're not taught, we don't know who to report to. In some environment, it's so toxic. You don't know who to meet when there's challenges. Your HR can either like your face or not. In a such environment, throughout your study, nobody taught you this. But in reality, just as I said, you will start applying emotional intelligence, logical intelligence, so that at the end, that place will be suitable for you. These are what we're not taught in a formal school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. Please a round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Damilola. I run 8th Gear Hub, where we actually help young people to upskill and then get jobs. And from my experience, I found out that first and foremost, because the panelists have spoken very well and it's difficult to, to speak. And she's going to have the final challenge. But the key thing I would love to emphasize is that most of the time, school is quite detached from what is going on in the industry. So most of the time, and I've had one of the panelists say that she learned things in school that she finally found out that she will never apply. And she's an engineer, I'm also an engineer, and we are not practicing. So all my DYDX and all the... I'm not using them right now, but here is it. The truth is that school is very valuable. I haven't said that, I must balance it, because school teaches you how to research. Nigerian schools in particular would teach you how to think abstractly. So right now, I can build reactors in my head, even though I've never seen one. Wow. Yes, I have. Yes, a whole reactor, nuclear reactor, I can build it here.
In your head?
Yes, but I've not seen one. You didn't catch the joke.
No, I was just following you, honestly. Yeah, I got the joke.
Okay, but the thing there is that the fact that I could go through text and I could imagine things has built my analytical mind. So in what I do today, as I solve problems today, I'm able to bring that engineering mind to solve problems. So school is very valuable. However, the things that school will not teach you is that, see, what is going on there is not what is going on in the real world. That you have to learn from school, come out of school, add knowledge to become valuable in the industry. So you now need to intentionally say, see, I have first class in this, but now that I'm in this job, let me bring that my shoulder pad. Let me bring it down. I don't know. Show me. How is it done? The other thing I would say is a little bit subtle, even though it looks simple, but it's very subtle. That in school, no one teaches you that you're going to start from the beginning and you're going to grow. Now, I said that intentionally because I deal with a lot of young people, and I know that most young people like to start from the and then, yes, start at the top and then grow up. From the top, and sometimes they jump off the cliff.
Yeah, I call it microwave success.
A microwave success. Yeah. But the truth is that young people need to realize that the best place to have a very solid foundation for your career. I have seen people who have not spent up to 1 year, and they're taking very heavy job titles, putting it on their CVs, and they don't know that by the time you're applying for your next job, and you already have this job title, and they ask you, you have this experience, and then you then fall short because you have overhyped yourself from the very beginning.
Please, I want to, because we have to talk more about that.
Yes,
please,
I don't have this time.
That.
Are you giving me?
No, I'm not giving you yet. I'll definitely give you. Or okay. Note that. We want to know those titles that some of them put on their CV that they overhype themselves. Please, a round of applause for him. So, I'm sorry. So, you are now a mind engineer, right? Fantastic. Please, a round of applause for him. All right, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gertrude Ahimian. and I'm a senior talent partner with Coca-Cola Hellenic. So not repeating what everyone has said, I would focus on people like me that did not eventually use their degrees from school. So I studied biochemistry, and here I am doing HR.
Who was really happy?
So, getting out of school and then you're confused. If there are biochemists in the house, there is one peculiarity with people like us. What we learn in school is not exactly what you see outside. It's very theoretical, and when you come out, you have to start all over again. And for me, I didn't think that was what I wanted, and that was why I ventured into HR. So what school did not teach you is your degree gives you an opportunity to apply for jobs. But what keeps you in an organization is your ability to drive impact. Is your ability to unlearn, relearn, and keep learning. Is your ability to train yourself with the soft skills that are needed for the workplace. Understanding how to solve problems, understanding time management, understanding adaptability, understanding collaboration. School will teach you discipline, but the workplace will teach you how to apply discipline, how to work more collaboratively with people from different backgrounds, from different cultures, from different walks of life and different demography. So I'll charge you with this, that if you're a graduate here or soon to be graduate, or you're already working, invest in yourself. Learn some skills that are needed for the workplace, because at the end of the day, it is not the degree that counts, it is your impact. Thank you.
All right, please, a round of applause for her. I would like you to impact us more. Please, a round of applause for all of them. So that's the first general question. So the next one here is this. I heard someone say that there are jobs. She echoed it, too. But they are unemployable graduates. How true is that? What's your thought about that?
Well, that's very true.
I didn't give time. I'm sorry. 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes. Okay, that's very true, because as a recruiter, I can say for a fact that I've had several experiences with people who you perceive have potential and maybe even have first class or second class, but once they open their mouths to speak, there is no depth. You can see someone who has not trained themselves on effective communication. They do not understand what it means to work in a workplace. You're coming to interview with me and you don't even know anything about my company. You don't understand our values and how your values tie into our values. So you find out that a lot of graduates that have promising futures, that have potential, cannot communicate well in an interview, cannot communicate their skills because they have not given time to learning, to training, to exposures, to coming to seminars like this. To learn.
Please, a round of applause for FAE.
You know,
This is a fantastic innovation. Please, a round of applause for the company.
Because seminars like this will open up your possibility to know that you're more than where you see yourself at that moment. It will tell you that you need this training, you need that training, you will network with people. You will meet like minds, young people, and then from there your career just takes, just skyrockets. But if you depend on just your degree, stay at home, and all you do is just wait, apply to jobs, you will not get the best out of it.
Yeah, or you go to the mountain. Please.
Or you go to the mountain.
All right. Please, a round of applause for her. Damilola, I'm very sure that's tell us.
So it ties back to the earlier conversation we're having about people overselling themselves.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, I have had the opportunity as an employer to have had people with master's degree come into the organization, and then we find out at the end of the day that, what is even expected from someone with a first degree, you can't even handle. You're sending documents, spell check, not done. And the world today is so easy that even in your Microsoft Word, you can have your spell check, you can go to Grammarly, you can take it to AI, but you still provide a document that is full of errors already underlined. I didn't even need to read it to see that so much error, very difficult to read. So I think it's because of time, I want to go straight to the core of what I think the issue is. Out of the desperation to get the best of the best, I think that sometimes young people overhype their qualification. Yet again, which is fantastic because most HR people here would teach young people to say, hey, this is how you're going to put your CV. Package it very well. So now what has happened is that most young people now know how to do that packaging professionally. Such that you would, if you then find those CVs that then work, by the time you invite them for interview, you'll just be shocked that what has happened here. Is this CV and this person?
Like what's happening here?
What you ordered versus what you got.
Wow.
You understand? So I think that first and foremost, young people need to be intentional and know that, see, I must be well cooked. If I want to build a solid career that can tell 20 floors, right? I must have a solid foundation. And that solid foundation starts with things like volunteering. You are sitting at home, you are not doing anything, you are saying you are looking for a job. But opposite you, there's a dry cleaner there. Let me do digital marketing for you. It will cost me nothing. I'm not, but start
Mr.
somewhere.
You are
and
very
then grow.
loaded. 2 minutes. I'm sorry. I know you have so much content in your container. Don't worry, I'll give you time.
Thank you. In a nutshell, there's a mismatch between what we are taught in the school and your workplace. But you, as a student, you need to do just 3 things. I will take it, our legend musician, KSA. We all know meaning of KSA, King Sunny Ade. Do me a favor.
They will not know, sir.
Okay, they don't
King
know.
Sunny Ade is not whiskey, though.
As our legend, King Sunny Ade. Take K for knowledge, S for skill, A for attitude. Knowledge. You must be knowledgeable for you to progress in the job place. Once you don't search for knowledge, it will not come. Skill, S. If you are not skillful in what you know how to do, you keep blaming government, blame your tools, blame everybody. I give thanks and praise to FAE for this effort to train their staffs.
Please, a round of applause. Please, a round of applause.
Madam, thank you for that. I have opportunity to be there to train their staffs, and I told them, not every employer train their staffs. Search for knowledge. And the last one, A, for attitude. From letter A to Z, only attitude have 100%. If you have a bad attitude, there's a limit to your progress. Work on yourself. Work on your attitude. With this KSA, you will excel in the labor market. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. A round of applause for him. Thank you, Mr. Jonathan.
Okay, so your question, there are jobs?
Yes, unemployable graduates. Do you believe that, or it's just overthinking?
No, it's not overthinking.
So there are jobs?
There are jobs.
Okay.
And this goes 2 ways, and I'll give 2 examples. Like he mentioned something like...
You already have 2 minutes, so 2 examples suffice.
Half-baked, or like let me use the word pimp. People use that word, pimp your CV. So they've pimped the CV so much that... So... I'm a recruiter, by the way, so I'm hiring for a particular organization, and I go through the CV, fantastic CV, good. And then I invited her over. First of all, I'm not really big on interview, and I'm not really big on CVs like that. I invite you to my office. I just want to have a conversation with you. I want to pick your brain, you get? So she came in, and okay, we had the conversation, we spoke, and I said, you know what, I turned my computer to her and I told her, you're coming from Ikeja? And she said, yes, just write me a little report on, your day from Ikeja to this place. And then she's looking at me and she report. I'm like, yeah, you know how to use the MS Word, right? MS Word. You know how to type? And she said, yes. And I'm like, okay, just, open the application and, do something for me. And then she kept looking at me. That was when I realized that she doesn't know anything about the MS Word. And then...
And it was on her CV.
It is on her CV that she has that skill. She has the skill.
Like over...
It is proficient with Microsoft Word and Excel. It is on her CV. But she doesn't know. She doesn't know what to... but your CV says you're a graduate? And she says, yes. And it is on, like, so how, this is a skill that you should know, right from the university. Like, you type, how did you write your, you did your projects, how did you type? Your assignments, how did you do it? So it boils down to, you know, they paid someone to help them do all that. And
You're very correct. You're very correct.
And they just
you are
got it
very,
over.
very correct.
And they got it over with. And then there's another case of, we've spoken to you, we've scheduled you for an interview. Oh, fantastic, you've replied to your email. And then on the interview, I'm waiting. You soon show up, and then you're not showing up. Very unprofessional for you not to reach out to say, you're not going to attend your interview. And then you reach out to this person like, your interview is supposed to be at this time. Where are you? Oh, I'm sorry. I quickly went here. Can I reschedule for tomorrow? You are not serious. So the job is there waiting for you. I am willing to give you this job, but then again, you're not serious about it. So that's why I said it goes, you know.
That's the attitude.
That's the attitude. So it goes.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll add more to that Microsoft Word because we've deployed computer for undergraduate students, and I was invigilating, and a student just called me 100 level and said that, what should I press? I'm honest here. I'm honest here. But I'm feeling guilty. But it's not our fault. Is it everything that school will teach? So let's continue.
All right.
You get the question, right?
Yes, I did.
Fantastic. 2 minutes.
So I think the general consensus is that there are jobs.
There are jobs.
Right. However, some of our graduates are not employable. Right? I think the major reason for this is because these people have not added value to themselves. Apart from what you learned in school, while you were at school and after you came out, what have you tried to learn? How have you tried to develop yourself? I also agree that there are not so many graduate jobs, but everybody wants to work with a multinational, but we don't want to start small. My first job, I think I did it for like a month or two. It was a secretary at one very tiny company, but I know I learned some things there. I probably didn't really know how to use Microsoft Word as much as I did before I got the secretarial job. I didn't do it for long before I got the big breakthrough. So I think what is important is, number one, you need to be willing to start small. Not everybody is going to get into a multinational at first try. Be ready to start small. And then secondly, add value to yourself. There are so many resources on YouTube, Udemy that don't cost a lot. Like you can learn how to use Excel, you can learn data analysis, you can learn how to use Microsoft Word. Just be willing to take that extra step. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. For me, I would say that it's very true. There are jobs. And some of our graduates are not putting themselves in that position. I mean, while you're in school, and I'll use myself as an example, I think it was a mistake I made. And so when I have opportunity to talk to undergraduates, my cousins, nieces, people that I see around, I advise them, please, during your holidays, go for internships, apply to different organizations, no matter how small the organization is, a startup, anything. Apply there, go there, work with them. From there, you are learning and you are building yourself. You are building confidence, because another thing that that make these people not employable is because they don't have that confidence. So you see some people, they come for interview and they are tensed to the extent that they can't even open their mouth to speak. I've seen one before that started crying, and it's not because she doesn't know what to say, but she was that tensed, confidence. So this opportunity would give you the necessary skills to be able to even go through that phase, and you get there. And when you get there, your attitude to learning, like she said, there are platforms right now that will help you learn these things, YouTube, Udemy, and the likes. And that way, you notice that you are gradually becoming employable. And also, it shows employers that you have positioned yourself and you are ready to get the job.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. For me, I'll probably say there is a mismatch of expectations. And just like one of the guest speakers said, when you leave school, most young graduates don't want to start from beginning. They want to start from the beginning, from the high end there. So the mismatched expectations that life is easy, but it's quite unfortunate that I will look at, maybe I'll say I feel sorry for this young generation because there are a lot of distractions. distractions in the use of apps, telephone. We didn't have that opportunity. I want to say for myself, I mean, I probably got my first job, and that was when phone started, maybe probably some years after. So distractions, I want to use a practical example. We have a role, we're feeling like about 3 roles: sales executive, business development executive, and then an internal audit trainee. And about 5 graduates came to our office last week, and let me wrap it up as poor interview skills, because the same phone that gets them distracted is also a gold mine. What they don't know is that phone is an opportunity to improve. If you don't even have money to invest in yourself, there are free platforms where you need to learn. Let's take a random poll here. How many graduates, 400 level students, sit down at home and check online interviewing skills? Let's just do a random call. If you have ever done any interviewing skills online before going for any interview, let's see a raise of hand. You'll be surprised.
I believe God will do it. That's
yeah.
Like, yeah.
So those people came last week, and for the first time in my recruiting career, I got confused. I didn't know where to ask the question from. And I had to take these people, honestly, to the conference hall, put on YouTube, and I'm like, 5 of you, only one could say I have done interview skills, like preparing up for interview. So the phone itself and life itself now is distracting with TikTok, Snapchat, so many things. But then if they are intentional about their growth, they need to take their life, they need to take their growth into their hands. So I would say mismatch of expectations, and then the second one would be poor interview skills. Okay. You have the job, but you are not prepared.
I'm sorry to cut in there.
Yeah.
So I have about 3 questions, but now I have to squeeze everything together to one. You've mentioned it. Now, some of you have mentioned some of the skill required. Yeah. I want us to be more vocal about those skills required that they need to compete favorably in this competitive work environment. And the interview you mentioned, how do you prepare for interview and prepare a CV? Can you see that it's like 3 questions? Okay. But you have to help me summarize, because...
Okay, let me summarize it.
Yes.
The school you go to, the certificate you have is the lowest common factor, the LCRF. That gets you into any organization if you want to. The second enabler is personal development, which they lack, which they fail to do. So the thing is, like I was saying about the 5 graduates, I had to open YouTube, got one of my team members to put on interviewing skills on YouTube. And that was the first time they were really watching it on YouTube. So you cannot win a race that you have other people from different spheres of life that have got the same interviewing skills. So just like what she said, crying is not itself, like sometimes we can get nervous. If you bring somebody in to come and train some people, the first few minutes you get jitter, but then you find yourself. So if you have never done it and you find yourself in a panel of about 3 or 4 people, what happens? You can talk. You have never been exposed to speaking in public. And then you have a phone. Udemy is somewhere you can get free platform of learning. You have Coursera, at least the first 7 days is free. So for every graduate, I want to implore you, forget the fact that you want to go for interview. If you're seated down here, okay, so let's see it. I don't want to condemn anybody. How many people are taking notes? How many people are writing?
I can see some of them are taking notes.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, you ask yourself, writing note is not enough. Going back and being accountable. So I think that is just it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Please, let's go like this now. So now, let's talk about the interview and the CV. Yes, we've talked about packaging the CV. So what are the prerequisites? What are the basic things that you watch out for as a professional HR that this attracts me to say, let's call this person for interview? Let me give an instance. I've realized that a lot of graduates use one CV to apply for 5 jobs. So I really want you to emphasize more on those skills and interview too, briefly.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would literally just pick from what you just said. So you are applying for the role of accounting executive, and your CV where you are trying to talk about summary about myself. You're just saying, Temiloluwa is a graduate of international relations that has the skills that has interpersonal skills. Streamline your CV to fit into the position you're applying for.
Streamline your CV.
So you streamline your CV into it. There are some basic things that are not necessary. Language spoken, Yoruba, English, French. I don't think they are so relevant.
Depending on the kind of job you're applying to streamline. Okay.
Exactly.
So
you're not applying for, if you're applying for a customer service role,
okay, you
can always put there, because there are some customer service roles that they would ask you specifically, maybe when they are doing the advert of the role, that Hausa speaker or something like that. So you can let them know that you have that skill. But you're applying for accounting role and they've told you what they want. Why are you going around writing the things that are not relevant, right? Some will even write hometown, Ijebu Ode.
Maybe
it's not going to give you any preference. To me.
It's Nigeria.
So just keep it simple, straight, and please, like he had said, do not overemphasize what you are not. So you don't have the Microsoft Office skill. Why are you adding it? Right? God will not help you. You will fall into the shoes, like she said. And she turned it to you and said, oh, yeah, type. And you can't type. Right? So write down the skills. Look at yourself. And I think it stems from knowing yourself, self-awareness. Look at yourself. What skills do you think you have? Do you have the interpersonal skills? Have you worked before? Write down those things that you know that you are, the tools you've used in the previous place you worked. Right? Truthfully. Yeah. Exactly. Truthfully. Yes. And like she also said, you are preparing for an interview. Research. Research about the organization. Research about the role. I mean, YouTube is even very, very straightforward. How to prepare or questions and answers for accounting role. They will bring you likely questions and answers and how to answer them. So we cannot overemphasize that. You need to prepare.
All right. Thank you.
All right. So I think one major thing to look at when you're preparing your CV, like one of our panelists has said, is going through the requirements for the role. Every job advert comes with an accompanying job description that tells you, oh, the soft skills required for this role, what technical skills are required, and all of that. So I'm not one to discourage people, but if you know that you're not qualified, I don't think you should apply, right? Unless you want to just try your luck for the experience of it. I like to be brutally honest sometimes, right? So before every interview, you need to ask questions. Sometimes people go as far as connecting with people that have worked in that organization on LinkedIn to ask questions about the particular role. Ask questions around their network is very, very important because you may have an edge over someone that doesn't even try at all. Then what are the values of the company? When you're introducing yourself, if your introduction is not very, very compelling, it can turn off the interviewers at the first 5 minutes, right? So you need to find out the values of the organization you're applying to, what's the mission and the vision, and try to phrase your responses around that. And when it comes to interviewing too, your questions need to be structured in a particular way, right? I don't know if any of us here has not heard of the STAR model before.
The STAR model, please share.
So when you're responding to especially situational questions, or if someone asks you, what did you achieve in your previous role, you should be able to say, oh, this was the situation I had to work on, this was the task I did, and sorry, this was the task, and then what was the results? R stands for results, S stands for situation, T stands for task, right? So you need to be able to frame your responses around that. Tell a story so that they can know that, oh yes, you know what you did and you know the results of the task that you had to do. That shows that you can add value to any organization you're interviewing with. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Did you get that? The STAR model. You didn't get it? Please.
STAR model.
Situation, task. Please let her react.
So for every question you're asked, try to relate it to the STAR model. What was the situation? What was the task you were asked to do? Right? What was the action that you did to get your result? R is for results. Thank you.
Did you get that now? Oh, my Linja in class. All right, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for it. Wow, thank you. Zizi.
So yeah, they've pretty much said everything in regards what needs to be in your CV
skills.
and what
CV,
not to
yes.
be in your CV. So again, I'll say your date of birth has nothing to do in your CV.
Date of birth does not have
your
anything to do.
sex has nothing to do.
Sex, not to be male or female.
Has nothing to do. Your marital status.
Single or married,
Has
not allowed.
No, so when you say they use it, but when you're coming for an interview, right? So when we're having that conversation.
Hello, 1 hour, please.
So we can have a
Please.
one-on-one conversation. Then again, that's when those
I'm
questions
sorry,
are being
Zizi,
asked.
they are distracting me. I've introduced myself as a teacher. That's the reason you allow them to abuse us, that we are not doing anything. Listen. You will ask questions. Is this part of your curriculum? No. So please listen. Thank you. There is item 7.
So yeah, your sex has nothing to do
Okay.
on your CV. And I was reviewing a CV some time ago, and I saw he added his passport number, the date was issued, and the day was going to expire. I am not joking.
No.
I'm not joking. So that has nothing to do on your CV. So what we need to do is a summary about yourself. And your CV has to be tailored to your career path. Like she said, you can't want to be an accountant and I am not seeing anything on your summary that has to do with accounting. No. Or you put I'm a customer care representative, but you are applying for accounting. It doesn't work that way. So your CV has to be tailored to your career path. So first of all, your summary has to talk about the job role. Like I am an accountant. I have, a brief introduction about yourself. Then go ahead and list your skills, your soft skills, your, emotional intelligence, your leadership skills, your time management skills, and all that has to be there. Then go ahead and list your certifications. If you have any certifications, list them there, which is actually tailored to the job you're looking for. So sometimes you see a CV and it's just all rowdy. You've worked in customer service, you've worked in BD, you've worked in marketing, what's going on? So it has to be properly tailored to your career path. Right. And I think I've listed the skills that are supposed to be in your CV too. And then when you're preparing for your interview, know well about the company, research about the company. Sometimes I'm interviewing so what do you know about HR Hub? Okay, no, I didn't. I just saw the ad and I just applied. You didn't read about it. So why are you now coming here? Like, if you didn't read about it, what are you coming to do? You didn't read about the values. You didn't read about the mission. You didn't read about the vision. So how does it even, you're not supposed to be here if you didn't read about all that. So it is actually very important, to prep for your interview. And then again, you're asking some persons, tell me about yourself. Oh, I'm the first child.
Hello. This is a very important. I wanted to ask about that question.
Yeah.
Tell us about yourself. I need to tell them that I'm the last child of our family.
No.
Why?
There's no need. So I know it is an interview, but then again, if we play to that direction, so how many are you? Oh, we're 5 in the family. So I am the one asking you.
Okay.
Do you get? So tell me about yourself. Is your career path? How did you start? Oh, I went to school so I started my career at, then with this role, and then I moved to this role, and then your previous role, and then tell me
smart model.
Yeah, and then tell
star
me
model,
star model, and then tell me your previous role. What were your your day-to-day activities? What were you engaged with? So okay, so my previous role, I was XYZ. I did XYZ, and then again, telling me what I need to know.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please a round of applause for her. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Jonathan, you left us with KSA. Which one are you going to give us now?
You'll get another one now.
All right.
Thank you. This is where I have, will I say, core competence or core value? Because I hire for companies, and before I hire, I will send for your CV and try to work on your CV. The panelists have said it all. tailoring, research, do all that things. Fine. There are two CV. One, CV for the person that already been working. You already have the experience. Another CV for a fresher. Now, for those that have been working in private sector, you may find yourself as an accountant in one establishment, and you find yourself as an HR in another establishment, and find yourself as a marketer in another establishment. Such person, please and please, don't have one CV. Have two CV related to what you are looking for. Most of you submit CV. They are looking for a storekeeper. You are bringing a CV that you are HR. How does it correlate? Different thing. So what do? Prepare your CV related to the interview you are going for without not giving them a break. Again, don't overload your CV with plenty places you work. I work at ABZ, January to March. I work at XYZ, November to December. The HR or the people who look at you are a serious person. I've asked myself, must you express everywhere you work? 3 months, 4 months, 1 month. So your CV is loaded with a lot of, you don't stay in a place. It shows you are not serious. For a fresher,